WW? How is everyone? How is everyone's day? I know it's been like 9 days since I last streamed, but how is how have everyone been? Man, everyone be showing up tonight? I know it's a Tuesday. Oh my god. It's been a while since I streamed on a Tuesday. Yep. Feels good. Hype train. Oh my god, chaos. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the gifted sub, chaos. Woohoo! WW. Oh my god. They gifted a total of 33 gifted subs in total. Sheesh. Oh my god. He's a hype train. Yup. I was literally taking a nap and I saw this and here I am. Oh my god. I wasn't gonna stream today. I've been thinking about it. I was like, should I stream today? I didn't really have anything else to do besides play Pokemon. I was like, dude, I haven't streamed. I didn't stream on Friday. I didn't stream on Saturday. I might as well stream today, you know? So, yep, here I am. Ha 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 ha. Did you remove the limiter yet? I did not. I did not. It's still the same. It's still like 100,000. How dare indeed. You know, on my birthday, guys, my birthday is literally coming up. I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared. I'm getting old. But like on my birthday, I don't know what I was gonna do. I was thinking of doing karaoke for sure. And then I was thinking about today. I was like, maybe I'll do like a Dead by Daylight custom with friends on my birthday, but drunk. I think it'll be fun. We'll see though. We'll see. We'll see. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub. How dare? Time to break the bank? Oh my god, your bank is gonna call you and think you got scammed or something. Also, thank you for the gifted sub, Chaos. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub. Level 2 reached. Oh god. Oh god, can you stop? Uh-oh. Anyways, everyone. $1,000 later, Pink is like, yo, what the heck? Right? Exactly. Damn, that's a lot. $1,000 is a lot. Oh god. That could barely pay for my rent. Anyways, guys, I've been trying to look for a job, like in real life job. I really need money, so I've been like applying to jobs that are like retail, and like I don't know, it's been not going so great. It's been going not so great. Do you live with your parents? Yeah, I do. I do live with my parents, but like I have debt. I'm a college student. I have debt, guys. Damn, I don't pay for rent. Okay, I'm just saying, in total, that's like half of my rent, guys. Yeah, debt and let's throw money. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I like working for money. Okay, guys. Yes. I feel like streaming isn't really working though. Streaming is more like a hobby. And hobbies should be free. Kind of. I think. I don't know. Is this free? Technically it's free. It barely costs me money. Oh bitch, this wasn't supposed to be for money. It's supposed to be for webtoon. Yeah, exactly, right? I started this not for money. I started all of this for, you know, promoting. Working streets or pole? Are you telling me to be a exotic dancer? Not gonna lie, guys. Like in the area I live in, I live like right behind a Walmart, and like behind this Walmart is really like it's really sketchy, and like you would see like sex workers at night. Like once it hits like 7 p.m. you'll start seeing them walking around. Which is so funny because like I live right next to a police station. It's like the block over is a police station. You are literally doxing yourself to me. No, I didn't. Would I join too? Oh, nothing. I'm looking for a job, guys. I'm looking for a job. It's going great. It's going great. I love it. I'm about to graduate soon. I need a job. I need a purpose in life. It's hard. It's terrible. Telling me. Oh, me telling Shan to let us throw money because she has debt. Thank you. So Kenny, aren't you still streaming? Why are you here? You can't find a job where you are. It's shitty. It really is. It really is. I think I'm gonna have to go back to working in the food industry. I'm not even joking, guys. I hate working in the food industry. I'm gonna have to go back to like being a barista or something. I hate it. It's gonna be so sad. I go back to mines. There are houses here for 50k right now. Does it look like a 50k? Huh? Shishen? Let up. What? Crimson? Let us throw? Let us help you? It's okay. It's okay. I like to work for money. Okay, guys? I'll clean houses. Not for free though. Oh, my pole? What the heck? I didn't even see that. Shishen let up. Shishen let up throw money? Why is this no? These are all the same answers. Yes, of course, absolutely. Always, she does it already. You spelled it wrong. Who did this poll? Who did this? Chaos? Oh my god. It's a rigged election. That's hilarious. Just saying Spectrum offers base pay rates and commission sales? I see. You can get a loan for your bank. But the thing is, guys, I hate going to the bank. I remember one time. Okay, I was just talking about this with someone like earlier about how I got scammed. And then I have to like talk to my bank to get my money back. It's like shameful. I don't know. I hate talking to the bank. They're like, you're irresponsible, and I know they're saying that to me, but they're saying it politely, like they're gonna help me, which they did, but like it's shameful. You can put 500 down on throwing stars and knives. Oh my god. Damn, I want to try throwing knives. I feel like that's scary though. I've only like shot a bow before, and like I hit a what did I hit? I hit a watermelon, and I had to apologize. A watermelon that was still growing in the garden is what I mean. They said I have used many weapons before. Oh yeah, me too. Anything could be a weapon if you if you try, you know. Bro, I was shooting a 30-pound bowl and I said this was weak. Really? What the heck? It's crazy. Sensei. Chaos Sensei. My stepdad has a M1. I don't know what that is. Is that a gun? If I ever have a gun, guys, I do want a gun. I don't know. Is it weird? But if I do get a gun or I have one in the future, I want like I don't know. Probably not a pistol. Not a big gun, but like a small gun. Like a revolver. I think that'd be cool. It's a not a girly gun, but like a strong, independent woman gun, you know? And one, am I saying this right? Garand? It's a bolt action rifle, if I remember right. Bitch, where you live, you can barely have a fucking pistol. Yeah, I know. Okay. It's like from Oh, where the fuck is WW2? It's Garage. Oh, Garage. Garage is World War II. Oh, tell me why I was thinking like. I'm probably like dyslexic or something, guys. I was thinking of Black Ops. Oh, not Black Ops. Modern Warfare. What the heck? Call of Duty. Guys, I'm not dumb. Okay, guys. You're a disgrace of an American child. I'm barely American. Oh my god. Welcome in, JJ. Welcome. What if I asked you to meow? Will you sound like a cat, Shinobi? Yeah? Was that good? Meow? Perfect. Oh yeah, guys. My title is Ask me to bark and bark I will. He said meow, not more. I'm meowing. Meow. So here is the ooh. It's been a while since I've done this. Okay. How's that? I feel like that was like my best one yet since like the last couple times I've done it. That was actually really good. Really. Okay. Hey yo, you. Clip it. Guys, I have way too many clips. I need to like clean it up. Maybe I'll delete like older clips. You played the video, didn't you? That was too good. No, that was me. That was actually me. I'm telling you guys, I have a really good uwu. I have a really good uwu. I do a really good uwu. Okay, don't ask me why, okay? It's not like I practiced. No, you left those clips alone. I don't know, I think I have like over like 100 clips. Which like... Bro, Hannah? Did I actually sound like Hannah? Like actually? Hannah's really cute though. Something about barking? What? Yeah. If you ask me to bark I will. Welcome in, Cheese. Welcome. How are you, Cheese? Post all of them on TikTok. Okay, probably not all of them, okay? TikTok is a very sensitive space. It's a little risky to post stuff on there. Fuck them. Sensitive my ass. so funny. Cheese, you missed the uwu? Yeah, I did an uwu. I did an uwu, guys. Look at me. The uwer.
Okay, I know
Oh
this
my
is a really
God,
bad idea,
Venus.
but it's 2 a.m. and
I'm bored. And I'm gonna regret this so much. Okay, ready?
right. Extra nuzzle pounces on you, ooh, you so warm. Couldn't help but notice your butt from across the floor. Nuzzle you necky, you wakey to the yee hee. Unzips your baggy as pencil, baby, you so musty. Take me home, pay me,
Oh
and
my
make
God.
me yours and don't
I haven't
forget
heard this
to
in
stuff
so
me.
long.
See me while my little baby tail for your watching kisses
Oh
and
God.
lickies and neck. I hope daddy likes nuzzles and wuzzles with jazz. I'll be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please stop me. Pause on your boy just and lick my lips. Ooh, punish me, please. Better hit them with this fairy shit. He don't see it coming.
Oh my goodness. Why is this so long? Rawr. Extra nuzzles bounces on you. Oh, you're so warm. Damn. I didn't know you dropped this distraction. Wait, can you teach me how to rap too? Hey, I didn't write the lyrics, okay? It was this is a very, 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 very good cover that I did. Damn. Oh God. Damn. My best decision ever. Shen! Whippoolwolf! Welcome in, Whippoolwolf! Welcome, welcome! How are you? How was your day? Also, welcome in, Meteor. Thank you for the reading. Thank you. Oh. Hello, hello. Thank you for the redeem. Took my horse. Took my horse. Now I'm just a bad girl. Oh, what about to the mic value? Is it lower? Why is it so low now? Hold on. Okay, am I back? I'm back! Okay. Sorry guys, I'm probably pressed something. Oh God. Anyways. Why did Shen become quiet? I accidentally pressed something! It went lower! I've been silenced, yeah. It's my birthday in a month? Yeah, I remember! Whippoolwolf! You know, Whippoolwolf, it's my birthday in like... When is my birthday? In like 2 weeks. It's my birthday in 2 weeks. The 26th. Guys, I'm gonna be streaming. So, you know, please don't come. Please don't show up. No, I'm hacking your system. 2 weeks, yeah. Yup. Justice for Shen. How are you gonna celebrate? Yeah, how are you gonna celebrate your birthday, Whippoolwolf? Are you gonna be drinking? Because I am gonna do a drinking stream for my birthday, guys. On a Tuesday. I know, drinking on a Tuesday. So you know I'm gonna be there. Yeah. I'm gonna come. Hey yo, hey yo. You're gonna be 26 in 2 weeks? Now I feel old. No, my birthday is on the 26th. I'm gonna be turning 22. Yes. 22. 22. I'm getting old. Yeah, 22. I'm turning 22. I'm getting old, guys. Drinking and Dead by Daylight stream. Yeah, Dead by Daylight. 22. I'm definitely old. She's gonna be 126. No, guys, I'm gonna be 22. I know, but I am the tax man. The tax man? You're the tax man? Wait, you're gonna be 22? Why am I older than you? Because you were born earlier? I think that's how it works. I'm gonna turn 20? 20? Werewolf? 20 is the best age, I think. Yeah, I know everybody says 18 is the best or like 16 is the best. I feel like when you're like 20, like 21 is probably the best. For sure, when I was like 20, I was 20. That was like my best year. Yeah, isn't the taxman the IRS? I don't know. Hag treatment, Michael Myers stalking treatment, Ghostface treatment, or Sadako treatment? Ghostface treatment? I love Ghostface. Do you guys like horror, scary movies? What's your scary movie? What's your favorite scary movie, guys? Not 12 was? 12? Oh my god, introduction to Korn? Oh no, Mom! Damn, I saw Korn when I was like 8, so that's... Damn, you were a little too old for that. Oh shit, I'm gonna go make supper. I'll be back soon. Okay, Crimson. Thank you. Have fun making supper. Don't burn your food. There's still people who refuses to believe my age. Oh yeah, Chaos is he's an old man. I scare you with Ghost AI again, like that clip. Close AE? What the heck is AE? I like horror scary movies too. I am the Australian IRS. Fear me. I feel like Australian IRS is like nicer. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. Should I finish your Monopoly, buddy? Oh my god, I haven't played Monopoly in so long. I would love to play Monopoly. Not A, I typed too fast. Half. Mom, you're forgetting the V in there. NT. I should have went to bed. Yeah, isn't it like... Well, Mom, isn't it only like 10 p.m. for you? That's pretty early, right? Maybe somebody took his V key away from... Somebody took his V card. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yes, yeah, I know who. Okay. You know, I've been talking for too long. Okay, guys. Today, we're gonna play The Evil Within. Yes, sir. Daphne, Iris... Oh, Fishes, Magia. Yes. Welcome in, MP-chan. Welcome. Okay, I've been yapping for like 30 minutes, guys. Let's play the game. I'm opening up the game. Here we go. Turn, mute this. Opening up the game. I didn't even open it up yet. What? I thought I did. Will you play The Good Within next? The Good Within? There's a... There's a game called The Good Within? I still remember I played Monopoly with a friend and he was winning first. I had to park... Oh, and I had Park Place and he had Boardwalk. So he traded me for some other properties like a hotel downtown too. He landed on Boardwalk twice in wrong loss. Oh no. Oh no. Yo, I used to have so many like Monopoly games. I think I still do. Like we had like the digital ones where you had to actually slide a card. This is really fun. And we had like Mario Kart, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Monopoly. Oh, it was so fun. And they're not like all the same. They're like different. They're different rules, different stuff. It's really fun. Wait, they have Monopoly online too, huh? Don't they? Maybe I'll buy it. Maybe. No, no, Hannah. Why do you keep calling me Hannah? Another Uwu, please. You want me to do another Uwu? Do it, Shen. Oh, sorry, I'm not talking to Uwu voice. I don't know what you expect me to do. Sorry, I'm not talking to Uwu voice. I don't know what you expect me to do. Uwu? How was that? I felt like it was a little forced. Was that good? I feel like I forced it a little. It was like... It was forced. It was. What about the fries? Are they still frozen, Crimson? He's making fries? Makia. It's a flower, right? Makia. Oh, I love fries. I always get fries. I love... In case you guys don't know, I am a huge potato lover. I love potatoes. Alright. Can you draw me something for my birthday in a month? Yes, I can! Wibblewoof, I can! I would. I will. It'll be your... It'll be your... your birthday present. Wibblewoof has been following Shinobi for 2 years, 1 month, 14 days, and 1 hour. Oh my god! 2 years! Sheesh! Goodness! XX potato underscore lover XX. At least my name isn't XX killer XX052. Shen IGN when was IGN? She was 12. What is the IGN? Oh yeah, which fries are your favorite, Shen? Curly fry. Waffle fries all the way because there's the crunch factor. Okay. How do I? Oh, do I not have a gun? Okay. How do I crouch again? Is that flashlight? Okay. There we go. In-game name? Ah! In-game name. I don't know. I've been using the same name forever. Shinobi. My in-game name? XX. Potato underscore lover? XX. Oh. Okay, am I supposed to go here? Hold on. Let me break this. No loot! Wait, what's this? Okay, I think I'm supposed to go there. Okay, world's first zero stream. Zero viewer stream? But me too? Who is actually watching share stream? What do you guys mean? What do you mean? Hate to say Shen, but apparently I don't watch your stream. Oh my goodness. Okay. How do I... Oh my god. Is there a way to kill this guy? Oh my god. JJ has spent 0 seconds watching. I don't know why it's not working though, guys. I don't know how to fix it either. It's just... you know, it is what it is. How do I run? Oh. It is what it is. Fuck. Did I just make a run for it? Give me loot! Hold on, hold on. I need them to come over here. Come here! Come here! I'm a master baiter, guys. Look at this. I'm so good at baiting them. Wait. Do I break this? Stop! Get up! Get up! How do I break? Oh, okay. There you go. Oh shit. Run! Run! Oh my god! Okay. Oh fuck, I have to kill them? I think I have to kill them. Hold on! Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead! Get up here! Run! Oh my god! Oh my god, wait, they're surrounding me! Okay, okay. Wait, if I bait them all over here, I can save bullets. Hold on. Oh wait, there's a guy right there. Hopefully you don't touch me. Throw a grenade? I don't think I have a grenade, do I? It's a C4? I don't think I have a C4! I don't think I have a C4. Oh. Okay, sniper rifle, shotgun. That's all I have. Shotgun. Do you have any shotgun shells? Yeah, I got some. I have 5. She didn't read anything I said earlier. The more explosive do you have shit? I don't think I have any. I don't think I have any. Oh. Okay. Okay, buddy. I need you guys to come over here, please. Punch this! Wait, I got bullets. Yo, the bullets here sucks more than Resident Evil. I'm just saying it. Someone help! I'm blinking twice. You're blinking. Is that not normal? You don't blink twice? Oh, don't worry, I'm an adult. I'm coming. That's what he said. Chat, that's what he said. They know gun shaming. I'm not shaming. I'm not shaming. Okay. Reload. You shouldn't shame it. I'm not shaming it. I'm not shaming it. Oh fuck. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Oh my god. What the heck? Did that not hit him? I'm dead. I'm so dead. Okay. There you go. It's not about the size of the gun, it's about how you use it. You're right. You're right. You're so right. But again, 2 is way better. Yeah, 2 is average. Right? Is it not average? I'm dying. Do I not have any like healing? No I don't. No I don't. Catboy meh? Yeah, Shen whacked them with the shotgun. Yeah, it was my big gun. Am I gonna get? Go. Wait, I could grab that. Grab this! Grab this! Grab this! Woo! Oh my god! Can I grab that? No, I can't. I can't. Why is it so high? You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I don't even use like crossbow. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Okay. Let me switch guns. I'm a fish boy. You a fish? Mom is a fish. He has a fish brain. I have a fish brain. Where's Aqualad at? Aquaman? Who's Aqualad? Also, Aquaman kinda hot. Is it bad that I like Aquaman when he was like blonde and, you know, twinky, you know? Like, he looks like a twink.
Aberrant brainwave patterns observed in subjects.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Havoc! Thank you! Blonde and white!
One common factor is
Yeah.
case history of dissociative
I
identity
didn't want to
disorder.
say the white part. No! No, you're making up lies! Stop, Mama!
Sense of self. But there were unanticipated results here. Suicidal thoughts of alternate personalities exhibited as attacks on the core personality. As self-consciousness waned,
Jesus Christ.
stasis was
Itoshi says hi. Oh, tell Itoshi-san. I say, hey, what's up, man? So you're the type of man or blonde femboy, Shen? Yeah, I mean, look at Leon Kennedy. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I think my dog wants water. BRB. Okay, back. Okay. Tell Toshi I miss him. Shen love Dorito Doos. I do love Dorito Doos. You wanna know what's so funny? I have my you know my stream snack today, guys. And literally, where's my camera? Oh fuck, where is my camera? Literally, I have Doritos on me. Literally, Doritos. I love my meal like I love my snacks. You know? The Doritos. Okay. My goodness. Oh. Can I go back? Eat all that in 10 minutes? No, I didn't. I just have it like on the side, and like I eat it like here and there, you know, in like a span of like 2 weeks. Okay. You know, you guys don't like to snack. Oh, you guys don't like to snack while you like game. This party is not the spicy kind of Dorito. You need to up your game shit. Okay, they didn't have any. They didn't have any. Usually I get like the green one, the dynamite ones. Those are my favorite. But they didn't have any, so I gotta go with the generic. Oh, what the heck? Oh! Are they gonna attack me? Can I just stomp them? Come here. Kick the baby, guys! Kick the baby! Kick. 2 weeks is not stale? No, it's not. I mean, if you like close the bag really well. What the hell? Yo, that fucking baby just pushed me in the face. So thank you for the raid, Kenny. Thank you. Oh my god, the time is right. I know you came at the right moment, Kenny. How was your stream? How was it? You ended so like soon. That was pretty
Aye,
early.
man, bye.
How was dark and darker, Kenny? Don't hit the goddamn baby! Kick the baby, guys. What the heck? Why is this freaking little fetus hurting me? Jesus Christ. Yeah, June has plans around 11. Ah, I see. Well, why is there so many? Oh, there's another one here. The way he kicks them. There you go. Anything else? Nothing. Okay. I did that already. I guess we go here. I don't know which I hate more, these babies or the one in Dead Space 2. I don't know how I don't know how the one in Dead Space 2 looks like. Cause I never played it. Okay, I haven't played Dead Space yet. Ew, murky water. Okay. Plus I do a minimum of 2 hours. Was it actually 2 hours? What? Why? It felt like so short to me. I feel like you only stream for like an hour, Kenny. Oh my god. There we go. Good, you better play it next. I will. I do plan on it, okay guys? I do plan on it. After this series, I will. Okay, I can't break that. Where do I go then? I promise I'll play it. You guys really want me to play Dead Space after this? Like after this game? Dead Space and not like Village, Resident Evil Village? Because I was planning on playing Village after this one. It feel like it, honestly. Ah, I see. Okay, where do I go? Okay, this is a dead end. Can't go here. Oh, it's another child. Is that the only exit? Hold on, let me backtrack. Okay, nothing here. Go here. I prefer you play Village instead. I need my dose of Mommy the Mistress. Oh yeah, she's in it. Damn, I gotta see why people like her so much. It's like she has like really big personality, you know, like huge personality, like 2 really big personalities. Okay. Oh, I can just go over. Oh shit. Little babies. Kick it. Okay. Is that all of them? Okay, no, another one. Okay, there's a rat. There's a rat just floating in the water. Yeah, 2 big reasons to run to her. I wouldn't run away from her. I would run to her. To her. That's how you get killed, guys. That's how you get killed. No. Why is it so hard to kill this dude? Can I burn him? Fuck. No way I died to these little fetus. No, there's a big guy right here. Wait, there's a big guy here.
Out of ammo?
Jesus Christ! Why won't he die? Oh my god! Jesus, all those bullets and I only get two back. Jeez! Work for me? Jesus Christ. No, I'm just gonna walk past you guys. Oh wait, I didn't even need to kick them. I just gotta walk over them. I got distracted. Oh my goodness. I volunteer as tribute moments. I need to say, I'm sorry. I got distracted. Press the wrong button. Okay. Oh look, I got a arrow. Okay, what can I do here? It's fine. Guys, it's fine. I can survive without any, weapons or anything, Wait, I needed this. Heal. Okay. There you go. Looks like Dead Space wants to pull. Yeah, I see that poll. 75%? 3 people? Maybe I'll play it. How long is the game though? I figured that Dead Space is like a really long gameplay. Okay, go up. I'm gonna die here. Good night. Oh! No! Is he gonna get out? I have a gun. Bloody relief plate. This strange plate has faces carved into either side of it. One side has blood streak across of it. Oh, okay. Puzzle? Am I gonna die? It has to be like... Okay, since that guy was here and he put this one in on this side and he died, I'm gonna do this side. Right? Wow, see guys, I'm so big brain. I have literally beaten Dead Space overnight before. Really? Oh my god. Were you speedrunning it? No? Could beat it in 12 hours? Ah! Dead Space really depends on how much of a pussy you are. Well, lucky for you guys, I have such a big piece of meat under my pants. Yes. It was my first time playing it. I just logged in. Ah, what is this? Oh, beat it. You beat it in 4 hours? Oh my god, what a tryhard! Mommy is right. Sometimes it's best to brute force. Ah, I see. So thank you for the scam, June. Thank you. Oh, do you not already have a badge in Discord already? If you don't, I'll just give you one. Anyway, in case you guys don't know, you join my Discord and you redeem a scam, you get a special dumbass badge. Yep. Okay. We're learning some lore. What?
Doc, what the hell is
Doc?
going on?
There's no time. I need to figure out how to reverse this if we're going to stop him.
Who? This Ruvik guy? Who the hell
Oh,
is he?
thank you for the hydrate,
sorry, I
Kenny.
have to
Thank
find
you.
I can't help if you leave me in the dark, Doc. And you need me to help.
Don't forget to rate and support her webtoon.
We're working on a method. How can I explain this?
How long do you keep that badge?
Like linking
Forever.
brains together.
Forever. You keep it forever.
Showing everything.
Or, like,
on an
as long as you-
electrochemical level,
as long as you're in my
emotional memory,
Discord.
perception, everything. Telemetry.
Yep.
It's
Force it to make more episodes. I'm trying. Okay, guys, I've been thinking of like releasing like a new series. Working on it. Working on so many things.
Are you serious?
Better be watershed. It is water.
It's a
It is
fucking
water.
nightmare.
It is
Well, I didn't say
water.
it Especially not with such a
Yep.
unstable host.
Shit,
Great.
don't take
So your
shots at
research
me.
partner is a
I'm leaving it again.
And we're all inside his head.
You're welcome
Not
back
exactly,
anytime,
no.
Mom.
All of us are
Anytime.
contributing on some level.
Gonna be making
But
my
he's
way
the only
to
one
69.
with
K points to
conscious
redeem it 6 times.
You know how he thinks.
Redeem it
What
6
does he
times.
want?
You don't need to redeem it 6
Well,
times.
it's just a
You
theory,
just need
but
like a one. Well, one.
I'd
It's a
say
one.
he
It's a
wants us
one-time
dead.
purchase. Okay, guys. Unless Havoc bans me. I was so confused about that too, Mom. Okay.
Doctor?
Not gonna lie, I was not even paying attention. Holy shit. Holy shit. What even happened? Okay. Doctor? Journal Sebastian Castellanos. June 16, 2009. We dropped off Lily for her first day at preschool this morning. She's a brave girl. She seems like she'll be fine. Myra, God bless her, has had a tough 3 years raising a baby that's a full-time job. Oh, raising a baby is a full-time job. And she's finally going to get the break she deserves. By break, I mean coming back to the KCPD, Missing Person Bureau. The amount of disappearances here seems to be growing. If you don't get to the bottom of it soon, there won't be anyone left to investigate. They'll all be missing. Oh my god. Raising Shen is a full-time job. It is not. I'm very independent. Okay. Okay, I'm very independent. Okay. Here I thought raising Shen was a hobby. Oh no! Wow, shit! I'm dead. I didn't think I had to like take control. What the heck? Okay. Everybody shut up! Okay, I go here. Yeah, that was so fast. I didn't have time to process what was gonna happen. Plus the camera is faced towards me. Okay, okay. Money? What the heck? Okay. Do I have to run? Okay. I guess I have to run. Okay. I know you shut up. I can't type. I'm about to disappear. Thank you for the like, Mom. Thank you. Thank you for the like. Okay. There's times the charm, right, guys? Okay. I'm running. Fuck! What the hell? Okay. What the heck? Right into the wonder room. Wait, you're right. Just run at it. Wait, you're right. Maybe I do have to run into the room. He runs so fast. Maybe quit running into the walls. Okay, because there's stuff in front of me and like I was trying to predict where they're gonna be at, so I don't want to like last minute curve or like swerve, you know? You know what? I'm gonna try running to the door. Wait, no. What the hell? Go! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Wait, I got this! Wait, look! See, guys? It shows you beforehand. Yeah, but like, guys, I need to process. Right in the middle, Shen. It is run. Ah, okay. I got it. See, I got it. Oh, who are you? Chapter 8 clear. That was the end of chapter 8. Didn't I just start chapter 8? That was so short, what the heck? Chapter 8 was so short. Okay. What? Cause you were zigzagging before? Yeah, I noticed that. I thought I had to like dodge. Okay. Y'all have a good night. I'm going to head off. Alright, Kenny. Thank you, thank you. Have a good night, Kenny. Sleep well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Cause I'm gonna lurk. Wink, wink. Make sure you wear some pants too. Haha. To be fair, Zizaki is good to deter predators like lions and cheetahs. Yeah. I love cheetahs. Cheetahs are
Someone
one of my
else's
favorite
memories?
animals. Window is always unlocked. Feel free. I will feel free. Ha 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 ha.
Moaning, honestly. Have a bad dream?
Hello, Missy. Okay. Would you still love a cheetah if they were seeing another goat shed? I would join them.
Let go of me! Let go of me!
Yeah, let me join.
No.
Memories
Picture?
are vague things indeed. It can be easy
Ugh.
at times for memories to be distorted by others.
Hey yo, hey yo. I was just talking about this with like friends earlier. I was telling them like, damn, I would do wonders in a throuple. Okay, I have 16,000. 16,000. What can I get for 16,000? What? Do I? Oh no! Wait. God, I'm so dumb. It's not 16,000. It's six. Wait, that is 16,000. What the heck? My math is so. Never mind. Never mind. This is 25,000. Okay. 3,000. Should I do the sprint? 18, 30. No, let me just do sprint. Okay, good. Now I'm left with 7,000, 7K. Can I go here? I have to open it every time.
Let go
And the
of me! Let go!
throuple. It's like a couple, but with a dirt, a throuple. Oh, 0 keys. Okay, anything else I need to look at? A trigger before I leave? Nope. Okay. I head out now.
Let go of me! Let go of me!
3-person relationship.
No.
Exactly.
No. Let go of me! Let go of me!
Okay. Is that it? Is that it?
You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
Do I talk to her? State fire. A state fire claims children. Daughter badly wounded. Where are the parents? Children playing on a barn in Victoriano estate. Burned in fire. Daughter 17 left in vegetative state. Source of fire undetermined. Okay. I can't go anywhere. What'd I do? Huh? PTSD time? Yeah, Mance is going crazy. Is it PTSD though? He's like regaining his memory. Okay. Okay. I completely ignored. Hold on, you guys, what the heck are you? Bitch, that was only to me in a truffle third-person relationship. She indeed matched their freak. Is somebody gonna match my freak? I am Shen. Check the weapons tab. The weapons tab. This? The weapons tab? There was a weapons tab? At the upgrade chair? The upgrade chair? I was wondering you could upgrade damage. Wait, can you? Did I miss that? Is that why I've been dying so much? Hold on. I don't know, that's why I said check. Oh my god! No wonder I suck! No wonder I've been dying so much! Okay. Oh my god. Pay attention to you. I'm sorry! Damn. Oh my god. Nobody told me? Guys, I've been playing this for like 8 hours. We died song? Not our fault. Jesus! She put tweet to dog. Okay, I didn't know. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna do my pistol. Accuracy, damage. Do damage. Fuck. Okay. Fire rate. Capacity. Should doing a pistol? Wow, yeah, my pistol. You know, my pistol is the best. Should I do critical accuracy? I feel like accuracy I don't really need. Reload time, fire rate. 2. Let's do this one. And then another one. Okay. Good. This is good. Stock. Increase the amount. You know what? It's fine. I can barely find any. It's fine. 8 hours. 8 hours. 8 hours. I've been playing for 8 hours. Okay. Where do I go though after this? Did I go back here? What am I supposed to trigger? What would we do with Are You Dark? Suffer apparently, so Shen, what did we learn? We learned to pay attention. That's what I learned. Pay attention, Shen. We learned today that Shen cannot live without chaos. Oh my god, there's no hope. See, there's hope for her, guys. Yeah, there's hope. Definitely. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Oh my god, my head. Forever disappointed. Oh my god, Mavi! Welcome in, Mavi. How are you? Hey, Shen, guess what? Chicken butt? What is it? How are you, Mavi? Some guy named Attention is gonna be very rich thanks to Shen. Because I'm gonna pay attention. Oh, hello. Bark? How was that? Was that good? Should I do like a cute bark for Mavi? Arf, 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 arf. Sorry guys, I'm an aggressive barker. Oh my god, Chaos, why you keep sharing that? My ooh. Shut up, Chihuahua. I'm not a Chihuahua, guys. I am not a Chihuahua. I feel like if I was a dog... Can I break that box? No? Okay. If I was a dog, I think I'll be like... I don't know. A husky. Or like... I don't know, a Samoyed. Or like, you know... A fluffy dog. You know, a beagle. I don't know. A Shiba Inu. Who let the Chihuahua out? I'm not an ankle biter, guys. I'm not an ankle biter.
I've seen that house.
I'm a licker.
I've never been
But I
here
gotta be
before,
heading out now. Goodbye, share. Good luck with Evil with it. Thank you, JJ. Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Have a good night. Have a good
How did they get
evening, day, or morning. Yep. Good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closets, cause I'm gonna lurk under your bed though, so you don't gotta. Yup. Bye bye, JJ. Thank you for coming by. That ooh sounded too Okay. I'm just that talented, okay? You know, it's not like I practiced it like all the time, you know? Morning, lunch and dinner, you know? It's everything came naturally, you know? Yeah, it's called talent. I don't know why, but when I try to hit me with a uwu, it comes out pretty good usually. Yeah, cause I'm just that good. I'm just that good. What do you mean, Kame? What do you mean? What do you mean, Kame? Huh? Are you sussy or are you being legit? So you know what I stream?
Hey, stop, damn it!
When I do, because that means no one can bother me with free fan service, right? Really? You like you giving out free fan service or
Now what?
you getting free fan service? Yes, me. But you can just like tell them no. It's not like Mom, you have consent.
Thank you so much for the sub.
Ulu.
Oh, woo. Oh, woo. Oh, whoa. Anything to grab here? No. Oh, why do I keep punching? Thank you for the 5 months, Mavi. This is a very sussy door right here. If I'm in a good mood, I do it. That's why. I do it all the time. It's not like I enjoy it, okay, guys. It's just I have no shame. I have no shame. Also, thank you for the hip pads. Thank you. What is this? Oh, the vase was there. What the heck? Okay. Open this. promise me I'm not going back to like... What is it? The sewers or something? More heals? I'm gonna need that. Matches. Can I touch you? You wanna touch me? Oh my god, what are you to ask that, Mom? What the heck is that? Oh my god, am I getting Mr. X right now? I'm getting fucking Mr. X right now, what the heck? What the hell? Can I grab this? Alright. What the fuck? What the hell? You're sussy door. Ah! Mom, I don't read chat. That's fucking... That's funny. Oh shit! Oh my god. Damn, look at that. My dubadug skill. Dubadug skill. Okay. Okay. Let me reload this. She doesn't read us. It goes by so fast, okay? And like, I don't know if I'm weird for this, but I like read from like bottom up. I'll open this. Damn it, I didn't know you were like that. I know, right? Was about to be called sussy with no context. I tried to behave, but not around Shen. Not around me. Why not? See, now I feel like excluded. Okay. Oh, I went in here already. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Okay. I don't think we could go in there. We go up. We go up. Not gonna lie, I was actually getting annoyed when she fought Weskers in RE5. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I love Whiskers. Okay, the store is locked. Let's go to the side door first. And then... we go... to the other side. Don't come here. Don't. She has a knife. Turn around. Turn around. Oh. Appreciate you. Shen brings out the horn dog in you. You okay? I see. It's guys, it's not like I enable it, okay? That's just that's just how he is. See. Hopefully this does not explode. Fuck! Damn, NT, it's fine. I have a heals. I have 2 heals. Might as well use 1. Worst with people I'm actually more comfortable with. Ah, yeah, you should see him when he's with our friend June. Okay, nothing here. Bottle. Oh, brain juice. Okay, this is the door I came from, right? I came here. Kenny and June, exactly. Those 3, super sussy. They have like this weird like throuple bromance going on, and I kind of like it. So have you brushed up on the dog on your dong math? What do you my god, my gun is so strong! Oh my god! Okay, I have a dial. Oh fuck. Can I get... Okay. Okay. Execution going on. Wait. Shen will pay to watch it? I would actually. If you guys had if you tell me you have a video of you guys kissing or something, I would totally pay for that. Shen, I'm sending you some stuff. Some stuff? Did you ask anyone else for Dubada for your birthday? No. Literally no. Oh my god, is he gonna like follow me every time? Go away! Yeah, we can circle around this table. Don't turn around! Ah, shit! Oh, fuck! He can teleport, what the heck? Dubada and Shen's birthday? Dubada. Yeah, dubada. I don't know when though. Like what time though? 'Cause I do plan on like doing like karaoke and stuff. So we will see. I gotta come up with a schedule. Okay, he's gonna come up right there. I just know it. Let me have to start over. Okay. Grab this. Grab this. Okay. Wait, I didn't see this. Mansion music note, 2 worlds separated by jagged chasm. Above, faceless spectators, mocking the tragedy. Above, oh, what the heck? Below? Guys, I don't know why I said above. It says below. Below, helpless victim losing everything. Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? What the heck? Shen, stop being 411 and fight them like a true 511 person who fight them. You're right. You're right. You're so right. I just gotta, you know, channel my inner 511. Damn. Hey. Just gonna... Wait, let me grab this. Grabbing this. Okay. He's gonna come here, right? Wait, there's someone here? Fuck! Get away from me! Butcher! Come here! Come at me, huh? Run! Oh, God. I can't see anything! Oh, God. Butcher! Butcher! I can't! I'm not 5'11! I can't! Fuck them. I can't, I gotta get out. Jesus Christ. Hold on, no. Where's my gun? Welcome in, Chewing. Welcome. Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. That should not have been as bad as it was. Oh God. Oh, I can hide. Oh, I can hide on there. Okay. How are you, Chewing? How are you? I'm doing good. I am doing good. I have a very meh day, yeah. But it was good, kind of boring. But here I am, streaming. Shen punches old ladies. Confirm. I do actually. I'm kidding. I don't, guys. I don't. I'm a very nice person. Yeah, it'll be like the 27th for in Australia. An Australian. I'm doing good. I had a busy day. You had a busy day? Ooh. What did you do, Chewie? What did you do? Oh, no. Oh, grab this. Also, JJ left and I'm still in Shen's closet. Help. Just get out, silly. Just get out. Okay, I don't know why I keep breaking that. I don't think that does anything. Does it go here? Did I go here? I didn't go here, right? Okay. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Next time I'm just gonna shoot it. Next time I'm just gonna shoot it. Work and work out. And now eating Trader Joe food? Trader Joe's food? What are you eating, Chewing? Not gonna lie, I've been craving for like sushi, guys. Craving really bad. Okay, can I just shoot it? Okay. Okay, I have an axe. I have an axe. No, nothing. Okay. Kick it open and jump through the window.
What do we have here?
I'm ducting to the wall. You're ducting to the wall. I don't know. Sounds like something Shen would do. Damn, you guys know I really want to be like duct taped to the wall. Like I'm like leaning against the wall and I get duct taped to it, you know. And like, yeah.
Subject imprint only partially successful.
Partially successful.
Individual personality traits linger.
You know, you can't move. You know, and like, you know, you're trapped there, and like. Okay, what if I do the wrong one? Look around. Okay, replay tape.
Subject number 58.
Come on, guys, I gotta focus.
2A. Electrode placement M33. Pain region. Ineffective. Anticipate greater results with stimulation of section F7. The consent region of the neocortex.
What?
Subject
What?
imprint only partially successful.
Partially
Individual
successful.
personality traits linger.
Move probe. Hold to insert probe.
Subject number 58.
What did he hit though?
Electrode placement M33. Pain region.
The pain region?
Anticipate greater
Is this the
results with
pain region?
stimulation of section F7. The consent region of the neocortex.
It's talking about the section of the brain? I don't know which section of the brain is which though. Pain region? Is there like a map somewhere? A guide? Which part of the... Fuck, where is he? Woo! Oh god. I'm trapped! Ah, shit, it's chasing me. Oh my god. I can't believe I got Bro! Okay. The prey region, what? The pain? But if I if I move, Shen is gonna shoot me. I'm not gonna shoot you. Pain region. Pain region. The back part is memory, right?
Subject number 58, test 92A.
Backpack is memory.
M33, pain region. Ineffective. Anticipate greater results with stimulation of section F7.
Okay, what if I do this one?
Consent region of the neocortex. Subject imprint.
Scared.
Only partially successful. Individual personality traits linger.
No? Wait, is this my brain? Why am I getting hurt? No? Pain region. Let me listen to it again. I wasn't paying attention. Okay.
Subject number 58, test 92A. Electrode placement M33, pain region. Ineffective. Anticipate greater results with stimulation of section F7. The consent region of the neocortex.
What? I'm so confused. Pain region. Also, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Okay. Neural cortex. What the heck is a neural cortex?
Subject number 58, test 92A. Electrode placement M33.
Oh. I got it right?
Great. What did I just set in motion?
Yeah, what did I just say in motion?
What did you call it? Your inner sanctum? A
Oh.
research lab of your own. I am most impressed.
Why are you back? I didn't give you permission.
Come now, we're both men of science. Men of science are dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. You can show me your experiments. I can show you things.
You
Okay.
wouldn't like them. You'd think they're gross.
In science,
Hold
one
up.
must do any number of
I'm
things
confused.
that they
I don't even know. I
personally
just guessed.
find
And
disgusting.
I'm studying
I've
medical.
done many things others would consider
Just guess, you know?
distasteful.
You think I'm some kind of a monster.
You
think I'm
concern
some kind
yourself
of monster?
so much with your appearance. But that mind of yours, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters. Yo, that kid's forehead is huge.
That's Marcello. Is that Ruvik with him?
Marcello Ruvik. Marcello and Ruvik. Can I grab this? Whoa, did I drop? No, I want the axe. Give me the axe. Okay. Marcello Ruvik. Okay, now we go back. There's a bottle. Whoa! Oh, fuck. Get the heck out of me! Fuck, I missed! I'm dead! I'm dead! Fuck. Jesus Christ. So neural cortex, I'm assuming is the back of the head, but I couldn't make it out the rest. It's okay. I didn't understand any of it. Okay. We're in this room. Okay. Okay, mansion dining room notes. I finally come to recognize the way. The portal to a new world. The details are all there. Have been right in front of my nose. I'm applaud that instance that I did not see them sooner. The specific process to break down a human psyche, to obliterate it, and give myself free rein. It's so obvious. And now that I see it, now that what I have to do is right in front of me, I feel as if there's nothing else I can do. I have everything I sought, everything I've lost, but I need resources. Jimenez, that cretin, will finally begin to earn his keep. Okay. I thought the cerebellum was the back. Shen, would you play Finding Frankie? What is?
That looks like the same red liquid.
What is Finding Frankie? I don't think I know what that is. Is it a scary game? Chewing? Okay. I was here. Wait, this was the library. Also say cerebellum? 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 Neural cortex just mean brain, piece of shit. Cerebellum? The cortex are the layers of the brain from the looks of it. Ah. Where's that lady? She's not here this time. Is she over there? Okay, I'm gonna die if I shoot that actually. Oh, if I hit it. Let's go up. Okay, I have my gun. Okay. Bellum? Bellum? Is it Bellum? Cerebellum? Is it Cerebellum? Bula... The nail being the outer part and the inner is the meso. Oh. Wow! Run! Get out! Oh my god! I thought I was gonna miss. Oh, cerebellum. Cerebellum. Bellum? Bullum? Cerebellum? Bellum? Cerebellum? Why is the English language so hard, guys? Upper safe dial. This O safe dial is marked with the numbers 0 through 24. Okay. It's Latin, most of it, anyways. Ah. Jesus Christ. Okay, shoot that. Where did I find the other heal? Okay, I think I got everything here. Oh, that. Oh my god. Get away from me! Oh! Run away! Right, sorry. Oh my god! Why are you teleporting? Is he still chasing me? Fuck. Okay. Bro, I hate that. I hate that. I hate getting chased. Oh, wait. Never mind. This is a freaking... Okay. I need heals. Shen speaks Shinobinese. The Shen language. Let him stab you? It's hot? No! The only person I will like, you know, actually enjoy stabbing me would be Ghostface. Damn, that's hot. Damn, if you know, you know, you know? I'll do it for your birthday. What the heck, ma'am? Okay. Store. Wait, the crazy lady is gone. I wanted to kill her again. Hey, this place is so sussy. Oh, Ruvik's room notes. I saw her there again, standing at the end of the hallway. Long black hair, beautiful as ever, streaked with moonlight. Eyes, dark pools in her porcelain face. She wore her favorite red dress, like a crimson sunset, like a streak of blood in the waning light. Laura, of course you couldn't be dead. Oh my god, how romantic. So poetic. Why don't men like that, like, why don't men, like, talk like that nowadays? You know? Okay, anything else? They don't jump scare me, please. Like hide in a closet? What's this? Medkit? Am I dying? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Okay. No, you're high from drugs? Ah! I got highly medicated. Okay. There's a zombie here. Is there a zombie here? Okay. Is it in here? Why can't you just be open? I'm scared. I know he's there. I know he's like towards my right. I can hear him. Majority of novel describe female characters, whether they are important or not, with excessive details. That's what makes it great. What was that? Oh, should I? I'm scared. What if I shoot it from here? Okay. Okay. Take out my lantern. Oh, my lantern's already out. Okay. Okay, something's gonna shoot. Something's gonna shoot me here. What the heck are you? Oh my god! What the heck did I do? Oh my god! What the heck, guys? What the heck? Bathroom? Can I close the door? Can I close the door? No? Oh my god. Well, those majorities only describe details of the man when they are main character or relevant to the story. Hiding in a closet. This space is gonna be long. Sense of pussy. I'm not a pussy, guys. Jesus Christ. I'm telling you, I have a big hot dog. Oh, more grenades. What? What do you mean what? You know exactly. You heard exactly what I said. Okay. Nothing? Not gonna lie, I low-key miss Joseph. You guys don't remember Joseph is the The guy who looks like Chamber. Show me. What are you doing? For free? Guys, you won't prove it. Guys, I'm not gonna do it for free. Come on, you gotta join my OnlyFans for like $7 a month.
Again.
Oh, another brain. Wait, can I grab this first? Okay, nerds in the chat, please help.
Subject number 12, test 71B, electrode placement A2, stimulation of amygdala, seat of emotion and memory allocation, the fear center of the brain.
The fear center of the brain.
Subject feels as I do. This vessel is far too weak to withstand the psychological weight I myself bear daily.
It would be rewards. 7 a month, that's it. Is that too low? Center. Bro, they're still alive. I didn't know that. Look at that. He's like blinking. A little, but it's okay. It's somewhere between $3 a month. Just above the brain stem. What the? What? What do you mean by that? I need like left, right, middle, centered. Just above the brain stem. Like this? Ouch. Guys, so do you know what the brainstem is? No, I don't. I don't. What the heck is a brainstem? Do you know what a stem is? Like on the flower? Yeah? On the flower? Is it on top? No? I don't know what a brainstem is. I never took like anatomy or like biology before, guys. I have no clue. The most science I ever done was like touch grass and mix chemicals. Isn't it the piece that connects the brain to the rest of the neural network in the body? And that is, guys, and that is... I'm looking for backseaters, please. Like the base of the brain. Base of the brain? Like this? This is the base, right? Right here? Your ass? Yeah, I'm gonna do this. No? Right here, did I just do it in the middle then? The part that connects to the spine to connect the nerves? Guys, just tell me! Like, is it like the top, middle, left, right? This isn't helping. You're naming things I don't even know. Where the fuck is the spine? I don't know where the spine is. He has no body. He's a brain. He's a head. This poor guy's so dead. The surgeon doesn't have a degree. I don't. This is why I'm not studying to be like a doctor, okay, guys? Wait, she's a pussy. She doesn't have a guys, I'm not a cat, okay? Did I just do the middle then? Okay, the part that connects to the spine to connect nerves to the rest of your body. Yeah, but where is that? This? That's not right. I feel is it this part? We sent an urologist to do brain surgery. What the heck is an urologist? What is an urologist? I don't know what that is. Is it this part at the very, very top? I'm glad Shen isn't a doctor. I think it has to be on the brain though, right? No, I can't go any lower. This is the lowest I could do. For the probe. Probe. Brain stem is the part of the brain? I don't know. Okay. Okay, like right here. When I think of brain stem, I think of like the middle. The middle? The middle? The middle? The middle. Like the middle of the head, but he's faced like towards the left though. So like middle top or middle like this. The audio? Okay. This is your guts, instincts. It's not rocket science.
Stimulation of amygdala, emotion and memory allocation.
Ah, I got it. Wow, look at that. Well, okay, why did they have him face like that though? If I'm gonna hit him from like the middle of the back of his head, why couldn't they make him face like so I could see the middle of the back of his head? That's so whack. Damn.
Oh, Father. If you only knew how satisfying that look on your face is. Did you actually think?
Bro, I didn't see him
If you
here.
locked me away, I would just cease to exist.
Were they always here, these two?
You did. You did.
Yeah, it's not rocket science, it's neuroscience. Jeez, Chen. I know neuro means brain, okay? At least I know that, you know? And that's about it. Okay, I can hide under the bed. Is that everything? I feel like I need to find another dial though. Okay, does this connect to like the other side of the... Wait, there's a girl here. Are you dead? Can I bring your body? I don't know why either. Technically, you would look at it where you can see all the lobes, right? Turn around, turn around! Woo! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah, see? It's such a... I hate it. Oh, where am I? Where am I? Oh, what is this? Another tape?
Maximum frequency stimulation of cortical regions has proven less than effective.
Can I
The
bring you?
subjects scream and scream, but they die much too soon.
Bro.
Settings achieve results. The only question that remains is which regions to focus on.
Hated biology, love physics.
Fear.
I've never took physics
Consent,
before.
trust.
Never took physics, never took biology before.
3 of these are pivotal.
Isn't that
But
crazy?
which will open the way?
I think Ace... Oh, fuck. That didn't kill him? Can I stop him? Stop. No.
Out of ammo.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I I did ace through biology in high school, so I know some basic stuff. It is shaped very similar to a flower stem, and it is where all your nerves travel down to the spine. Ah, I see. I see. What science did I take? I took computer science, I took environmental science, and chemistry. That's all I took in high school. And I took biology, like one biology class in college. And that was like horrific. Cause since I didn't know any of the basic stuff, it was tough. Okay. Oh. A dial? Lower safe dial. This old safe dial is marked with the number 0 through 9. Okay. Then I just gotta figure out like what the numbers are. Then, huh? Oh, this is part of the painting, the one in the library. Okay. Wait, Shen, you should know the most basics of basics. I don't. I know like chemistry. Yeah. What the heck is that word? Chaos. Mitochondria. What is that? What is that? Oh, it's the kid. The kid, the science kid. Okay. A cow. Oh, safe. I can't read the numbers though. There has to be a way to remember the numbers, right? Or figure out the combination. Crying ladies. Oh, guys, her nipple's out. Her nipple's out. Okay. Mitochondria? Shen has failed us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I took the easy route in high school, okay? You know? Because I'm cool like that, okay? What is that noise?
Just one more to go.
Just one more to go. Okay, the third one is in this room? I was in this room though, no? Oh, the safe! I'm dumb, okay. Well, Kylie hide her nipples away so don't expose her. What if I want to look, huh? What if I want to look? Oh shoot. Okay. Oh, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Ah, no shame, not necessary, but for the sake of the lower sciences, yes. I see. Oh wait, the complete picture. Wait, but what is the code though? Will I die if I don't know the code? Wait, did I hear the code somewhere? Like the... Oh. I don't know what the code is. Wait. Where's this bottle? Wait, does anybody know what the code is? Oh my god. Take that! Oh god. Bring your body! What? I need more bullets. Why are you not dead? Okay, now he's dead. He has a fucking gun! Don't shoot me! Fuck, I have to reload. Wait. Okay. I think there's another guy in there too. What do I do? 11 on top, 2 on bottom? Ah, okay. I didn't want to go back. Kenny is taking his date to the coffee place I showed him. Oh my god! Yeah, I just learned today that Kenny is talking to someone. Isn't that cute, guys? You gotta wish him luck. Wish Kenny luck. Okay. Oof. Okay, guys. Wait, is this the freaking?
14. Test 88C.
Am I dumb? Wait, was this always on the ground? Was this always on the table?
Cortex. The Hope Center.
Why did I just notice this now?
Assailing the Hope access improves domination.
But all I know is when she tried to translate in Hmong, in an elderly Hmong, instead of asking, "Oh, what the heck, mom?" You making fun of me? Now that I slowly think about Shen Science's abilities, how does she interact with doctors and nurses? I just nod and yeah, okay guys, I asked them what do they mean and they explain it, Yeah. Okay, what did he say?
Subject number 14. Test 88C.
Okay, I did the back of the brain.
Temp 3.
I did the top of the brain, right?
The singular cortex. The Hope Center.
The Hope Center? Oh, top of the brain. Top of the brain.
Assailing the Hope access improves
C4.
domination of the subject's will, but
Top of the brain, C4? This one? Top of the brain, C4? Oh, front of the brain, C4. Front of the brain, C4. What? No? Top of the brain. Is that not the brain? Am I too high? Like right here? What? Is this not front of the brain? Front of the brain. C4. Front of the brain, C4. Oh wait. Between this one and that one, right here. What? Guys! What? Let me get closer. What? Is this not correct? It's between this one and this one, right? Okay. Oh, am I even doing the right one? Hold on.
subject number 14. Test 88C.
Should we send Shen science book for birthday? I'm worried. I don't need science. It's not like I'm studying in the medical field or something. Or send her all the seasons to Dr. Stone and Big Bang Theory. Okay, I do watch Big Bang Theory and I do watch Dr. Stone. Okay, I've given up. I'm stepping too far back. More towards the front. Okay. I'm reading it. I'm reading, guys. I'm reading. What was the front? Like here? That's so shit. Okay. That's the last one, I think. I have no bullets. This one... Flash? Okay. Okay. It's not shit, it's science. It's scientific. Just get good. This is... Okay, it's a skill issue. Okay, I get it.
The hospital has not received the family's usual donation this year.
And why would they?
You know, he kind of reminds me of like Lex Luthor.
Worthy of donation.
I don't know
Family
why.
has always been a generous contributor.
This is
Where are
a
your parents?
big skill issue. He's bald? Yeah, he's bald.
Is there something you wish to discuss, Doctor?
So I say the education
came
system
to
has failed
inform
many
you
of
that
us.
The hospital will no longer be able to provide you with assistance.
Hey, I'm smart in like
Materials.
other areas,
Your
okay?
research will very
Okay,
quickly
guys?
disintegrate.
How dare you come into my home and threaten me?
Is he supposed to be like a teenager? He's supposed to be like a kid, right? Here? They tell me about art? What if I don't want to? What have you... What if I don't want to, huh? Oh. Gotta look behind my back. Okay. Oh, long hallway. I just look at whatever I want, whatever I find interesting. Same here. Who painted this Starry Night? Oh, of course it's Vincent van Gogh. That's my idol. Vincent van Gogh.
Slice clean, all the way.
Okay.
No cure for what I'm going to do to you. Peel pristine skin.
Pure pristine.
Thoughts from your mind.
Ruvik?
Ruvik? What was the kid's name? The kid was supposed to like save? Is that who the kid is? The albino kid? I forgot his name. He has like a girl name. I think it's like Tiffany or something. Is it Tiffany? Tell me about computers, GPU and CPU. Do I look like a nerd to you? I find diseases interesting, so I research diseases a lot. Oh my god, my eyes! Yeah, I like watching like psychological stuff. Is this a boss battle? Is this a boss battle? Boss battle? What does it do? Checkpoint? No, don't walk back! Bro! But also shit because... Fuck. Because I was mocking you earlier? Uh-huh. You have you have cancer? What do you mean? You're gonna die? What do you mean? If you don't take chemotherapy, you're gonna die? But why? I don't get it. Okay, this side I can't go. I'm gonna die, holy fuck! Fuck! Okay. I don't get it. I don't get it, Mom. That's you at the doctor's office? That's not me. Honestly, maybe in like 20 years. No, I found out that like in my family we have like we have like kidney disease. So, you know, maybe it's time for me to stop drinking Monster. No more Monster, no more alcohol. Y'all girls gonna get kidney disease. Oh, mannequin heads. Okay, it's better than heart issues. Yeah. Oh my god, I just got a notification from chewing. Oh, I'm stuck. What the heck? Where do I go? What the fuck? I'm gonna die. What the heck? Where do I go? What the heck? Where did I go? I'm trapped. Am I not supposed to go here? Oh, did I break this? Oh my god! What did I do? Oh my god! I'll show you pain. Both sides of my family had a history of heart attacks and strokes. Oh my god! Wow, that's scary. Hold on, let me put this here. Where's my sniper? Put this here. Okay. Hence why I freak out half the time when my heart is being weird. Ah! See? I almost had a heart attack 2 weeks ago. You almost had a heart attack 2 weeks ago? Chewy. Oh my god.
Out of ammo.
The fuck? Okay. Okay, I'm supposed to shoot that, right? Huh, okay. Got it. I got it. I think I got it. Oh my god. Quite chewing. How did you eat something or something? Did you like, I don't know, not take care of your health? Okay, grab this. Okay, fuck that. Fuck. Get away from me! Take that. Where's it? Okay. Fuck! I didn't see that! Okay. Fuck. Go! Okay. There we go. Easy. Easy. Kind of. Chest pains at 2 a.m. Home alone is not a fun time. Oh, chewing. I'll just say it was a sugar-free Red Bull I drank that day, but I have work at like 12 p.m. What? Oh no! All my doctors said I should see a real doctor. That's funny. You should see a real doctor. Oh my god. Drinking a lot of Red Bull, not good for you, bro. I'm saying that from a person who drinks like Red Bull like daily. Not Red Bull, a Monster daily. not good for you. You know, at least like I feel like when you drink energy drinks, you shouldn't like drink it like straight. You know, it needs to be like, you know, like how do I explain this? Over time. Yep. Having chest pain is scary. Hey Shen. Hey mom. But I have a 24-ounce cancer monster every day. We're all one trauma away from going insane. I think I already went insane. No, not even kidding, guys. Sunflowers. Go to the barn. Crazy? I was crazy once. They they locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. Full? Hold on, let me loot first. I was going to call 911, but thought the ambulance might be expensive. Ah, that's so sad. Can you imagine? That's gonna be my same dot too, you know? They're like, should I go to the doctor? But the bills are gonna be so expensive. I do, you know? Damn, life as an American. Okay, I guess I go in here. Laura! Yeah, we are real. Your stream is actually empty. We are a figment of your imagination. You know, that might be true. Not gonna lie, you know when I tell people... I don't say this a lot, but like when I talk to myself, I talk to myself like I'm talking to chat. It's a little weird.
Rich bastards think they can buy up all our land.
They need to be shown who
I still do it.
parts.
It's either that or like I imagine myself sitting on a chair or sitting on a sofa and talking to a therapist, and the therapist is me. Ow, that's gotta hurt. What the heck? They killed him? Wait, is that why he has like burn marks? Not burn marks, but like
I didn't hear anything.
bandages. What the heck? Bandage? Just I can't talk right now. Apparently, urgent care would send you to ER if something's actually wrong. Really? I didn't know that. I thought urgent care didn't like. They didn't care about you. They just like send you your way. No, Laura! Laura!
Shit. Better get out of here. There.
Get out the window? Okay. How did they get up there though? How did they get up there? Ladder? Okay, the ladder is broken. Do I need to move something? Oh. Oh! Okay. What do I do now? This? Oh, let me get on. Does it go up? Wait, do I need to bring it up a little bit? Hold on. No? Oh. Wait, what the fuck do I do here? Did I just shoot it? I can't even grab it. Okay, did I just... I did this! Do I shoot it? Hold on. Okay. Oh my god. How does that even work? Oh. Ouch. It's true, but if it isn't something bad, too bad too, they will help you with it. So you want to know my therapy? Beating you up is your therapy? Mom? I don't think that's safe. Okay, that loot. Oh my god, how the fuck did I win this? Woo! Dad, get away from me! Oh my god. Fuck. Jesus! Stop shaking! Why will this guy fucking die? Oh my god! Fuck! Oh, I don't have my freaking like sniper rifle shotgun. Fuck! Come here! Oh fuck! I missed! Get away! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! I'm unprepared for this. I don't want any ammo! 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 Leave me alone! Fuck! Oh my god! No, no, no. Dead away! What? Take! Okay. Hello, Kayla! Welcome in! Welcome, welcome! I told you this before. I think about all the shit I've done and I talk to myself through it all. See. Honestly, same. Hold on. I don't have my... Oh. Don't get away from me! Oh. Is this game hard? It's a little hard, I say. A little difficult. I'm playing on like normal mode and like kicking my ass. Fuck. Get away from me! Bro. So how are you, Kayla? How are you? Can I burn you? I can burn you. Bro. Oh. I'm gonna heal myself. Okay. Jesus Christ! Stop! I hate it! Oh my god! I hate it when it does this fucking shit. Get away from me! I need matches! Dude! Dude, get away from me! Jesus Christ! Hold on. This is red! Hold on, I don't want that one. Hold on. Fuck, I missed. Red! Oh my god. Bro, Jesus Christ. Okay. my god, why won't you stay down? Why won't you stay down? You better not get back up. Oh my god. Shen doesn't know science? I do know science! She couldn't pronounce, I didn't know what... Not gonna lie, I don't remember. my mitochondria was doing good. How about you? I'm doing good. Just been chilling, yeah, learning new things. Yep. No, you don't pick them up and throw them into the fire. I can't. Mitochondria. See? You learn something new every day. And if you do, after the end of the year, you learned 365 new things. Then chromosomes? I know what chromosomes are.
I want...
Beatrice, we have been through this.
Beatrice? Beatrice? Okay, can I open this? Can I open this? Can I open this? No, go back. Is that a door? Was I supposed to go in there? What chromosomes identify women from men? I refuse to answer that. The chromosomes that identify women, duh. Of course. Okay. That took me like... How long did that take me? 30 minutes? We finished chapter 10? XX for women, XY for men. I see. Be easy. Why are we talking about science? Can we talk about something else? I don't know. Now, what is the powerhouse of the cell? I don't know. I don't know science. Let's talk about trees. What is everyone's favorite type of tree? My favorite type of tree is a cinnamon tree. You know? Now recently I learned that cinnamon is tree bark. Crazy, right? Insane. Who knew tree bark could like taste so good?
The things the papers say were done to those people, those...
Trees are related to humans? Really?
These microbes?
Alright, I'm back. Welcome back, Chaos.
As I please.
Welcome
But
back,
you are correct.
welcome.
This was not mere research. I'm close to perfection.
This is abhorrent.
He's tall as heck.
This is my will.
He's tall as heck. Bro's taller than me. Mansion basement notes. My children have been taken from me. Was it fate? Yo-yo fate? Was it something he did? Surely not my perfect son. It was that fire. It ruined everything. Took everything. The children are not the same. And neither is Ernesto. He said he was taking care of him. Taking care of them. That they were safe. But now that he says that they're gone. How could that be? A mother would know such a thing. I still hear my darling boy's voice. His laughter. And everything from the basement. It cannot be. A mother needs her children. Okay, how's that? The good voice acting? Okay. Pistol. Here you go. 4 bullets? Oh, 6 bullets. Yeah, there's some amount of DNA from trees and humans that are the same. I see. But it's very low. She knows how to say mitochondria, but she still doesn't know what. She still doesn't know that it's the powerhouse of the cell. Of course I don't. Does it look like I learned about that? No. What happened? How dare? What do you mean how dare? Guys, I'm an art student. Does it look like I'm smart? Okay. Anything else? Can we go here? Mannequins? Oh my god, it's a mannequin in a cage. Yo, that is sussy. That is sussy. Oh. You just did? By Sensei Chaos? How dare? Shit, this is just common sense of basic knowledge. Well, if it was so basic, why don't I know about it? I don't think it's so basic, Okay, I'll go here. Oh, there we go. My favorite tree, redwood. Repels bug, reflects rain, but sadly illegal. Right, redwood is illegal? Why is it illegal? Yeah, go over there, bro. Go over there. Wait, can I make him trip the wire? Come here. Is that possible?
Shit. Better find
Fuck! I didn't know he was gonna do that. Fuck! I didn't know he was gonna do that. I thought it was gonna explode. I thought it was a mine. What? I didn't know that was gonna happen. Because you're under basic? Shit, I wanted you to do me a solid and play Parasite Eve sometimes. What is Parasite Eve? Want me to degrade you more? Is it illegal to chop redwood down? You need a permit to cut down any... Oh. I see. I didn't know that. Parasite Eve is an old PS1 game? Oh. Is it scary? Don't come here. Okay. Bro's down. I'll take your torch. You know what? I'm gonna just leave that. Okay. For the time, it was a horror RPG. Oh.
Shit. Better find cover.
Oh. Oh my god! Uh-oh. I think I tripped the wire. It's fine. Go up. Best game for me during PS2 era? Parasite Eve 2? Play like the original... Oh... I see. Am I gonna hate it? Am I gonna hate it? I don't know, guys. Old games? Oh, fuck. Bro, why you have a gun? Oh, he saw me. Okay. There we go. There's a bomb right there. Which is fine. Just gonna loot. Go play Slenderman, Shen. Go get all 8 pages. I have never seen like a Slenderman game battery pack ever. I thought like for the longest time Slenderman was only like a story. Is it not? Like a myth. Should I take? Yeah, I'm gonna take the bottle. Just get good though. Maybe we'll see. Is it weird? As much as I hate like Resident Evil older games gameplay with the like fixed cam, is it a fixed camera? I low-key kind of like it though, you know. What the fuck? I have heal, right? I don't. Where is it? Who's the better shot? Oh. Sniper? I would love Parasite Eve games to get remade. Probably. I feel like older games when their fandom isn't as big, they don't really get remade. See that, guys? My shots, so good. Also, what the heck is this carousel? Oh. Oh. Okay, where do I go then? Just gotta keep going around. Wait. What if I shoot this? Can I shoot this? I don't think so. Yes? I don't really remember. Parasite Eve 2 also had team controls though. Ah. Shit, where are those shots during Valor? I don't know. It's because Valorant people they steal. So I never used a sniper in Valorant. Too nerve-wracking, guys. I kind of want to play Valorant now. Shush. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Oh fuck! Give it for me. Give it for me. Go. Bro, why is it so hard to kill you? Okay. I just gotta crouch, right? And I won't die? Stay crouch. Wait, this is a dead end. Okay. I gotta go the other side. Where do I go? It's all about patience. You just aren't patient, which is probably why you wouldn't be good playing. Okay, I want to play Hitman. Hitman seems fun. I have it on my wish list. I want to play Hitman. I love doing like sneak attacks and stuff. You know, like I kind of want to play Metal Gear Solid. It seems fun. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to go here. How do I progress from here? Go up. Then I go here. I went here. And then I went here. Then how do I get over there? Did I just jump over? What? How do I get there? I'm a dead end. Knowing you too, you probably kill civilians every moment you can. Hey. We'll have to see about that, okay, Mom? We'll have to see. Okay, let's, you know, depending on, you know, how I feel. What's wrong with that? Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with that? You think I have morals? A little bit, yeah. Okay. Go down. I'm stuck. I don't know where to go. Okay, if I exit here, do I have to jump over? I'm scared to jump over. Wait, I think I do have to jump over. This one does have the barbed wires. Go over. Okay, okay. Oh god. Okay. Can I disarm this? Bro, is he also crouching? He's also crouching, what the heck? No! Oh, he's dead! Oh, he's dead. Bro, he's dead. Okay. Is this located at a cult? Kind of? It's like this rich people house. It's like a farm area. And a cult, basically. I think. Don't turn around! Oh. Come over here, come over here, come over here. Don't come here, bro! Don't come here! Can I stick attack you? Don't come here, bro! Bro! Fuck. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Are those zombies? They're like infected people. They're infected? Yeah. Bacteria? More like people stuck in someone else's... Yeah, exactly. Like that. Okay. I'm about to die! Perfect. Oh. Heal. Yeah, somebody was crazy and like... Yeah. Basically zombies, yeah. Basically zombies. Photo? No, I want the axe. Anything else? Okay. Dude, where did I go? Am I back over here? Jesus Christ, I was trying to be like as careful as I can. What the heck? This is so rigged. It's so rigged. I swear to God, I didn't touch it. Goodness. Oh my God. Your model's mouth and told everything to straight on the fuck. Dude, I swear to God. Jeez, where's my sniper? Here. Jesus Christ. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Fuck. Fuck! Come on, come on, come on. Okay. There we go. Okay. I go all the way down. Okay. Come here. Fuck. Why you had to come here? Bro, why you had to come here? Can I burn you? I have no matches. Okay. I'm taking your axe. Shit makes a big whoopsie. Jeez. Okay, over. This one. Who's the other dude? He's gonna crawl over here, right? Oh no? He's right there. Okay, he's right there. He's right there. I'm gonna hide here. Look at him! Look at him! Look at him crawl! Don't come here! Stand up! I dare you! Stand up! Stand up! I dare you! Stand up, bro! Stand up, bro! I dare you! Stand up! Look at him! He refuses to stand up! Stand up, bro! I dare you! Stand up! Stand up, bro! Yeah, you're... Shit! Jesus Christ! My God! I should have kept crawling. Jesus. It's fine, it's fine. Okay. Sniper, sniper. Yeah, I know what to do. I know what to do. Okay. Don't shoot me. Oh. Ah! Oh my God! I had to reload. Oh God. I don't like this circus music. It's very eerie. Yeah. Fuck. This kid is like mentally insane. I don't know why he has a circus. A fucking carousel here. Fuck! Okay. Can I restart? Hey, kill me, kill me. I wanna restart, bro. Jeez, jeez. Fallout New Vegas gameplay? I have never played Fallout before. I know that the community is really big though of the game. Okay. I have 4 bullets. Shoot me, shoot me. Okay. Is he dead? They're both dead, right? Okay. Now I could go here. This shooting art looks like New Vegas. But I don't know how it looks like. I really want to try Fallout though. One game I really want to play Devil May Cry. Oh my god. Fuck. 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 Oh my god. Shoot him in the head. Shoot him in the head. Oh my god. Okay. Take this. Get down! Oh my god! Why did I stand up? Why did I stand up? Why did I? Okay, you know I clicked. You know it's fine. It's fine. I hate this mechanics. Button delay, guys. Button delay. Okay, like, have you seen Dead Space? Seen it? Yeah, I do. The clip. We voted, and that's that's the next game to play. Yeah, everybody voted on me to play Dead Space. So that's what I'm playing next. Okay. Should Fallout series win? I don't know. I don't even think I have the game though. Fuck! He keeps. Get up. Okay. I'm about to double check. Oh, is that the Itoshi VT? Shin-chan! I have arrived! Oh, rest her soul. Tables have turned because Empty's turn to be on site. Oh! You guys are taking turns. Yep. I'm in a very, very good spot right now. Oh, come here. Bro! Oh, you have no face. How is you? Okay, there we go. At least I got bullets back. So how was your day, Toshi? Now he was sent out for emergency. What we got here? Nothing. Nothing. Everybody's just farming clips right now. For no reason. Okay. I know he's gonna come here. I know you're here. Look at his head there crawling. Why do you always turn here? Why do you always turn here? Bro! Okay, what if I go to the other side? What if I go to the, like... Since I always go to the left side, let me go to the right side. Jesus Christ. Are you the VA of Ood? I am not. I'm just like really good at it. Let's see. Go. Sniper rifle. Reload. Okay. Auntie Hannah, that's okay. I can hear the ooh again. Show the OnlyFans link shit. I don't have one. But it will lead us to where we think it will. I don't have one. Okay, shoot at me, shoot at me. Oh my god. Did he die? Oh my god, I missed. Oh my god. Well, it's fine. You will 100% lose in a gunfight, Hitman. No, I won't. No, I won't. Look at this. Shoot him through this. Easy! Easy! That took me like less than 10 shots. Looks like someone can do a sniper properly. Okay, no, guys, it's just no. It was a lot better. You just missed all of the like all of the good times I did it. Okay, this is just one of the rare bad times. You're losing controller? I am losing controller. Can I go back up here? Come up here, bro. Come up here. Come up here. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you to come up here. Come here. Come here. Come up here. R.I.P. Automod. Hey, Automod. Okay, I feel like I fixed it because Automod is to like blocked the C word a lot. Nothing. I think it's because one of the banned words was C. What's it called? The little star thingy. C starred and then NT. And I feel like any words that was like that was like automatic. Oh, he's dead. Blocked, you know. Yeah. Similar to the spelling. Yeah, similar to the spelling. Please don't come here. Move! Stop! Stop chasing me! Fuck! Oh, I didn't die. Oh. Grow! Yep, it's working now, right? It's working! I fixed it, guys. Big brain, big brain. Oh! Oh my god! I hate this. She's been here for a while. I have. I've been taking it slow. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's that freaking zombie! It's that freaking zombie! I swear to God,
You suck.
It's that freaking zombie. It's just that one zombie, okay? Also, welcome, Miss Swazi. Welcome. Of course, you would take it slow, you. Hey, yo. How's your day, Swazi? The one time she was almost out, she dies on the landmine that she couldn't even trigger. Okay, I swear to God, I did not touch it, okay? Okay, bro's not dead. Is he dead? Are you dead? He's dead, right? It's easy. Watch. You just gotta give me time. She isn't fated to leave. She ran out of Shenlock. I did run out of Shenlock. No, I'm gonna lose my shotgun for this freaking dude. Where are you? Where are you? Come on. He's not here! What? It's because I killed him? No way. Okay. Yeah! Fucking... I'm gonna crawl over here. You wanna follow me, bro? You wanna follow me? Come here! Come here! He's stuck. He's stuck. Come here! Get triggered there! Yeah! Okay. He's not gonna get back up, right? Hit him, please! Hit him! Hit him, please! Oh god. Look at that, I'm so good. Okay. Drop some med. I'm gonna need that. No, no, no! Okay. Sorry, I gotta inject myself. How the fuck did he get back, guy? He always get back up. That's why I hate it so much. Okay. Got matches? Come out. Oh my god, why do you have a gun? Jesus Christ. Please don't get back up. Ow!
Out of ammo?
Fuck! Fuck! Get away from me! Woo! Oh my god! Jesus Christ. Nice dodge. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't. I totally did not just press a random button and it worked. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Because your model moved. Yeah, you guys don't do that, you know when you're playing like racing games and you move. Whenever you turn, you like move with your controller. I do that. I also do that. Oh, it's immersive. It makes the game fun. Now after I turned 8, wow, look at him. No childhood. Sheesh. It makes me a psycho. Okay. There we go. Slow and steady wins the game, guys. Like I tried to toss. Oh. Oh, what's... Okay. No. What is this place? Oh, I could burn you guys. Do I go down? She has now learned how to pay attention in the game. Yeah. Yep. It's free too, so you know, hopefully I don't get scammed. Map fragment. Okay. It's too good to be true. Oh my god, you did it!
What the?
Can I go back up? Oh. What gun do I have? Sniper, grenade. Okay. At least this is a checkpoint, right? Yo! At least. Now don't tell my girl she's 100% would've. Yeah! See? You guys gotta be supportive. Like Kayla here. Oh. Is that ammo? Matches? Shotgun. Only one though? It's a whole box and you only give me one? Okay. Though she was completely oblivious to the fact that there was separate tabs. I didn't know, okay? I didn't know. I've only been like upgrading my abilities, okay? I didn't know you could upgrade your guns. Okay, you know. You live and you learn, right guys? You live and you learn. Okay, where is he? Is he moving? Are you dead? Fuck. Oh! That's a gun. Run, 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 run. Okay. Thank you for the like, Toshi! Have a good day! Work hard! Why is there so many? Fuck! Run, run, run. Okay. Run, run, run! Another power? Why is there so many people here? Fuck! What am I doing? Oh, there's a door here. Okay. Grab this. Okay, sussy. It's super sussy. Super sussy. Okay. Thank you for the redeem. You somehow join my stream tomorrow? I will do it on Oni-chan. Oni-chan? Oni-chan. I see. No, I will keep that in mind, Mom. Okay, I know there's a dude here. Don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around. Jeez? John, sorry, I tried. And I can't type today. It's okay, Mom. Oni-chan. Oh my god. Oh my god, my inner anime girl is dead. Okay. Come out, come out, come out, come out. Ow! Burn his body. Here we go. I was just typing my work notes and out of nowhere I hear Oni-chan from Shen. Oh, you don't like it? You guys don't like it? Oh, this is a tripwire here. Okay. Okay. Talk to me like I'm your senpai. Say senpai in the cutest way you can. You want me to? In a cute senpai. Senpai. Is that good? It's just coming off guard, that's it. I see. Okay. Where do I put it though? Wait, I can't open this. I need power. Where do I put it? Over there? Oh. What the hell? Did I let go? Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, you can modify it. You can modify emotes. It's 900. Wait, doesn't mean I have to go back and do all of that? Oh, it's so hard. It's fine. This is fine. Give me this. Fuck! Okay. I can't. I have to shoot that. Give me a key. Give me a key. Okay. Okay. There you go. I've been streaming for 2 years. I didn't know. That's how it does. Yeah. You can modify emotes. Okay, this time I'm just gonna sneak. Okay, Mom. I see it. I see it. I see it. Is he gonna come here? Why you gotta walk here? No! I'm running back. I'm running back. Come here. I have one shotgun bullet. Wait, can you do it to like to gifts? Does it work? Or is it only for like JPEG emotes? I wonder. Fuck! I hate that you guys have guns. I'm running back. I'm running back. Okay. Get away from me! Fuck! Get away from me! Jesus Christ. I'ma run. Okay. Grenade. Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I thought the arrow was gonna explode the bomb. It didn't freaking work. Fuck myself. Oh my god. Where's my grenades? Oh. Okay. One of us. One of us. One of us. Fuck. Fuck! No, wrong one! I don't have a grenade. Fuck! Fucking run! I guess dead. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, guys. Jesus Christ, I love this game so much. Jesus. We got the F word. Oh my god. It's only that one, the ghost sticking tongue out currently. Ah! I see. Now it's time to sleep. It's okay, it's okay. But I missed something. Did I? I think I forgot to grab something. Oh. Perfect! Okay. Heal me? Sitting at the solid 9.4k right now. 9.4k? That's so soon! Goodness gracious. Oh. Right here, I forgot to grab this freaking battery thing. Okay, I'm gonna just arm this. Okay. Not a battery? Is that a battery? Turbine? Is it turbine? Oh, that was a battery. It's like a plug thingy. Anything that loses energy is a battery, in my opinion. Okay. Oh my god. What kind of battery looks like that? I don't know. The one. Never mind. I was gonna say something bad. Oh, cool. A windmill is a battery? Well, anything that's like electric, okay? I'm not just talking about like a universal like bad like energy. I'm talking about like electric energy, okay? Electric energy. Never mind. It's Shen's eyes. In my eyes. Okay. Don't mind me crouching everywhere. I'm scared. Okay. I think that's good, right? Wait, did I go here? I did, right? I did go here, right? Yeah, it goes around. Okay. Work those legs. I said to go back where you got the turbine on the blue barrel. Does have something you could pick up. Oh. It's fine. It's fine. It's not like I really need it, right? Like the turbine. Okay. I think I'm done with this part. I wish there was a map, man. Okay. Is this I'm here? Blue barrel? Oh! Oh! I'll take that. Okay, we going quiet. supposed to go here? Oh my god, I was just about to burn you. Come here. Oh my god, shoot! I had to reload. Yeah, I walked in a circle. He's still up. Oh my god. Listen to the loot goblin. Okay. I'll listen to the loot goblin, aka Mr. Chaos. Okay, reload. Go back. Bottle? Wait, but where did I put it though? This turbine. Where do I put it? Okay, not in there. High voltage. Can I go there? I don't think I'll fit though. Okay, this is like one row, one way. If I play anything where you have an inventory, I'll try to grab everything. I want to say health potion at max, just to take one out of a chest. I see. What a professional gamer. So professional. Okay, I can't do this. Where do I put it though? What's... Listen, it's the rules of RPG games. Take everything. Yes, I know. I love loot. I love looting. I love loot. But usually when I play games that are like... They always have like limited inventory. Limited inventory or like... What do you call it? Oh, weight. Weight. There's always a weight limit. Like Skyrim. You know how Skyrim, yeah, you have a weight limit? I hated that. But I love Skyrim. Loot these! Loot these! Also, thank you for the lurk! Mom, thank you! Okay, where do I go? Is there another way inside this creepy room? Or another? Okay, I went here. Am I here? Am I here? This goes in a circle! What? Go here. Oh! Okay. Okay. Nothing here? Nothing? Since you didn't notice the weapon, did you notice that there was storage tab in the upgrades? No. Yes, I did notice. I noticed. Yes. Yes, I did. KL. Liar. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'm not lying. I heard you about to say no. Yes, I did. Oh god. Come at me! Come at me! Come on! Woo! Not you! Got me! Woo! Fuck. Can I just make a run for it? Woo! Run! Now crouch, run! Fuck. Fuck, who the fuck are you? Oh my god. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god! Push him! Run! Oh shit! Fuck! Crouch, crouch, crouch! Run, run, run! Bro! Come on. Shit. Oh! God. Damn, they are so nice to wait for you then. I know, right? I got pancaked. It's fine. Okay, see, now I know what to do. Fuck. No. Okay. Got my guns out. Hold on. Have any shotgun? Okay. Okay. I'm ready, I'm ready. I'm ready. We like a good pancake? You know what? I'm actually more of a waffle person. You know? There's more of like a crust factor in it, you know? Is that gonna sandwich me? Get away from me! Get away from me! Move! Move! Stop! Get up! Get up, bro! Stop! Fuck! Fuck! Oh shit! Run! Run, brother! Brother, run! Brother, run! Brother, run! Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, okay. I don't want any healing! Go. Open! Please! Open, please! Open, please! No? Is it not gonna open? I'm scared! I'm scared! Should I wait? Should I wait? Should I wait? I don't know! Oh! Oh! Okay, I'm supposed to go there? Okay. God. I can't wait in Dead Space? This is how you die in Dead Space? Oh my goodness. Okay, okay. You like pancakes over waffles? Yeah, I like waffles better. Oh, it's full. Okay. Okay. Give me heals. Okay. My... Okay, hey, there. Good night, y'all. Thank you for the leg chewing. Rest well. Good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, check under your bed. Cause I'm gonna learn.
Is this place?
Have a good night, Chewie. Hope you have a good day. Oh, have a good night. I hope you sweet. What the heck? I don't know what I'm saying. Sweet dreams. Thank you for coming by. Map fragment number 19. My king. Good night, my king. Yeah, in this way you don't want to hesitate. Ah. I see. I won't. I'm gonna heal myself again. Okay. No. Turn around. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired. Fuck. Oh my god. Burn him! Fuck! Why is this too? Fuck! Woo! Fuck! Just run. Fuck them. Just run. Fuck. Just run. Fuck. Hurry up! Oh my god! Jeez. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. How hard is it to kill them? Really hard? Oh my god. Fucking shit. Bloody hell, guys. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. Okay. Bloody hell. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna use a grenade. Is it grenade time? I think so. I think it is. Or what if I just blow up? Where is he? Okay. Please turn around. Oh god. Let your brain reset. You can do explosive to help, or you can take a break. Yeah, I was thinking of shooting the explosive. Yeah, the little C4 ones. So thank you for the hydrate. Okay. I got it. Reload. Fuck, he saw me. Did he see me? Okay. Oh god. Oh! Woo! Oh my god. Woo! Fuck. Oh fuck. Woo! Run! Fucking run. Can I open this in time? Hold on. I think I can do it. I think I can do it. Just open it. Hurry up. Never mind. I can't. You're so freaking slow, Sebastian. Fucking shit. Oh shit. my... Fuck! There's 3 of you guys? Or am I just blind? Why are you so fast? Oh my god. Ah, Jesus! Run, run, run! Why not try to get both of them with the grenade? Well, Mom, don't you see me, throwing it? Do you see me, trying? Okay. It's not my fault they won't be together. Okay. Choose and try to open a door. I'm trying. Okay. Okay, this dude. Oh wait, I killed this dude with a sniper, right? Hold on. I gotta ration my bullets here. Hold on. Please don't move. Okay. Skill issue? Okay. No, I like to see you play this game, Mom. Okay, I got 2. Should I just switch to this? Okay, I have 1 explosive, 1 electric. Okay. Another one! Take another hit! Take another one! Take it! Are you not dead? Is he dead? What the fuck is that? 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 Huh? What happened? Oh! Run. Okay. Heal? No, that's freaking ammo. Fuck, I missed! Fuck! Oh, fuck. Sorry guys, I'm panicking. Is he dead? Oh no, he's not fucking dead. Slow and steady wins the game. Slow and steady wins the game. Slow and steady wins the game. Slow and steady wins the fucking game. Where is he? Oh my god, I got fucking... What the fuck kind of glitch is that? I blame the glitch. It distracted me. I blame it. Blaming the glitch. Blame the glitch. But that was good though. That was good. Okay. Shit, shoot the explosive on the wall when they are close. You know, I'm trying. But I keep getting caught in the crossfire. It's harder than you think, okay? It is so much harder than you think. It's harder. It is so much harder. Yes, I'm panicking. And so... Okay. I got this. Okay. Bro is dead. Another med? Okay, at least I know I have a syringe. Can I disarm this one though? Never mind, I shouldn't have done that. Never mind. Is he gonna come here? Okay, let's come here. Okay. Are you dead? Are you dead? Please be dead, please be fucking dead! Oh god. See guys? Easy! Easy! See, easy! Slow and steady wins the game. Amazing, right? Oh my god. I hate these guys. What the hell? Jesus Christ. I burn you. It's just a case. Okay. 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 God, what a good run. Just so you know, Soundalers and I are very annoyed. Why? Why are you guys very annoyed? Mom? It only took all of your explosive. Was it worth it? A little bit. Okay, let me grab that. Let me grab this. Grab this. Grab it. Grab it. Okay. And then let me grab this. Okay. There we go. Now sound alerts. Why did you add sound alerts, Mom? Are you okay, Mom? Are you going schizo? Are you? It's okay. There, Mom. There. NT. Okay. Feel like there is enemies here. Okay. Get my pistol out. Oh my god. I put at DA and attack sound alerts. Not my fault. I just prioritize the fault. It's okay. Let's go under it, right? Okay. Finally I'm out of this hole. Oh my god, what is that? Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Honestly, I am on the brink of being crazy though. Oh, NT, bum. NT. Back to the upgrade chair. Is this the place though? I don't know if this is the place though. That's why. I'm scared. Here, let me bring you. I don't want you coming back up. Turn around. I hear the music. I hear the music. Okay. I don't know. This feels like it's wrapping up the chapter. Oh fuck. Back to the bondage chair. What is that? Oh my god, it's smooth. Okay. Wait, it's a stair here. Turn around. Is it okay if I go here? Okay, let me go through the door first and then and then I'll just go there. Right? No way, I can't even go here yet. Fuck, I have to go there. Oh god. Like the spider just chilling on my ceiling. Just kidding, I don't have spiders in my room, I think. I just noticed your title. I love spiders. Guys, one time I saw a spider like by my door. I refused to kill it and I refused to like... Yeah, I just left it alone. I just... Oh my god! Go, 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 go! Go! Oh my god. Go ahead and woo woo! Woo 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 woo! How's that? Is that good? Is that good? Where the fuck am I going? Oh god. Open, open. Oh my god. Oh my god! MP hates spiders. Oh my god, you should like put a little fake spider like on his desk or something, you know? That would like really be like funny, you know? Okay, anything here? Actually, I have one instance where a moth went inside my work pants. What? No way! No way! Not gonna lie, I hate moths more than I do like spiders. Yup. I don't know why. I think it's because they fly and like flying things are just things that fly are just more scary. I was about to head to work and I felt something around my legs. Oh no! Yeah, I immediately removed my pants. Oh no! Oh god! You know, at least you weren't going like commando. You know? You know? Should I go back? Okay. I don't go back. Wait. Okay. How do I... Does this switch? How do I get it to... Oh! Do I have to shoot that? Turn around! Every now and then I get a little bit tired. Give me that! Turn around! Fuck! Get your ass up, Sebastian? How do I? Where is it? Okay. God, I hate flying insects. Yeah, they're terrible. I don't know why. No! I hit it, right? I hit it. How do I get this? What am I supposed to do? Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to shoot it, right? Oh, yeah. Come here! Come here! Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck. Come here, man! This way, this way! Which way are you coming from? Okay, there. Burn, witch, burn! Fuck, she's not fucking dead! She's not dead. 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 Oh, wait, I can leave. Wait, can I leave? Oh. Oh my god. Damn, is she hot? Literally. Oh shit. Go. She's ready for me. Is she burning? Burn, witch, burn! Okay. What else am I missing? Another one? Another one. Oh, wait. Come here! Oh shit! Come here! Come on! Come on! Oh wait, why am I waiting? Freaking run, Sebastian! Anything else? Can I take this? Oh my god! F. I don't know where to go. Fuck! Fuck! I'm dead. She breaks like the flames of my love for you. My eyes are closing, Shen. Oh no, mom. Oh fuck! I had to start all over. I had to start all over. It's fine. This is fine. This is okay. Okay. Okay, everybody be quiet, okay? Be quiet. Y'all girl needs to focus. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. Totally fine. Okay. At least you know what to do. I've been running on 3 to 4 hours of sleep today. Oh, nice. That's great. Oh, fuck. Come over here. Fuck. I missed. Oh, God. Okay. Go. Fucking burn her! It's fine. It's okay. Muy bueno. Okay.
Damn it!
What did I do? Is it open now? Fuck. Run! Fuck. Each pipe. Is it open? That's the only one, right? It goes into one. I hit that. Oh. Okay. Okay, checkpoint. Please don't get out. Okay. Literally nothing here. Okay. Fuck you! B-word! Go away! Fuck! Okay. No, I won't be quiet. Give me love and attention. I'm your clingy girlfriend. Tsundere like MP-chan? That's funny. It's okay, so you can say it. It's fine. It's fine. This is a PG string, sort of. Oh fuck! Oh my god! I see your arms. Run, Sebastian! Oh my god! Hey, ho! Well, mommy? Bullshit! You said the F word earlier. Hypocrisy. It was a joke. It was a joke, guys. It was a joke. Okay. Hold on, let me heal myself. I think I need this. Okay. Go fast. Okay. Get that one. She killed me? Wait, she killed me instantly? Okay. She kills me instantly. Joke these nuts. Joke these nuts. Hold on, let me... I think I need to heal myself before I freaking go. Okay. Take this one. Okay. Run! Okay. last one? Where's the last one? Okay. Go, go, go! Oh my god. Shoot! Sebastian! Oh my god. God. How do I get out? How do I get out? How do I get out? Okay. Come here. Look. Oh, Bobby. Okay. Fuck. Just open it! How do I get out? 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 Run! Oh my god, I'm dead. I didn't want to walk into the fire! just burn her. Damn. Beaver, damn. Beaver? Yeah, run to run now, you panic? Oh. Was I gonna get burned by the fire? I didn't want to hit the fire though. And die. Oh. Get away from me, ma'am. Get burned and get sliced by that freak. You're right. Sorry guys, I'm touch starved. Okay. Okay. Come here, mother. Come here. What? Wait, what the heck happened? It shot it, but it's still... Okay. No, you hesitate on whether to go through the fire or whether she was... Okay, I got it, guys. I got it. I just need all of you guys to be quiet. Yes, I do! Over here, mother! Got this? Okay, over here. Here. Run! Sebastian, run! Fuck. What'd I do? What'd I do? Run! Sebastian, run! What'd I do? Guys, what did... Oh. Run! Oh my god. I just had to wait? Okay. Fuck this. Oh, choking? It's Laura! Mommy Laura? Oh my god. I wonder what that hand can do. Become Wolverine.
Who do you think you are?
It can do hand jobs.
Seb.
Seb.
I know what you crave, what you fear. Will you be able to live with yourself knowing what I'm gonna make you do? Poor little Joseph couldn't.
Oh.
Too bad they dragged you into this. But either way, you're mine. To do with as I please.
Damn. Did somebody talk to me like that? This is peachy. Damn. How nice. That's some BL shit there. You are mine. Love it, love it. Oh, 2 hands. Oh, what beautiful hands you have. How long is this elevator? Speaking of, I'm gonna play Love in Deep Space tomorrow again. Oh my god! Did you meet Silas?
Shit,
Is that his name?
back
Silas?
here again.
Did you meet him yet? Okay. My game lagged last stream. Really? Oh no. So I'm still at the start. You still at the start? Oh my god. Oh my god. Poor you. It gets so good. I see so many TikToks of them. It's so nice. They're so hot. I mean, they basically all look the same, but it's the personality that matters, you know? It's it's the personality. And I seen like cosplays. Oh my god, the cosplays are so good. It's so good. They're so hot. Like they look so legit, guys. And like the people who like cosplay them does like fan service, and oh my god, it's so good. So good. It's so good. Oh, that could be me. Silas' voice plus Zane's physical is perfect. Oh my god. Don't worry, shit, I started to start too. You know what? I'm going to bed. I literally cannot type. Alright, Mom. Have a good night. Sleep well.
Really?
Sweet
looks like you're
dreams,
making
Mom.
another
Make sure you
monster of me.
lock your
I don't have time
doors,
for
lock
this,
your
detective.
closet, lock your
Neither do I.
windows. Cause I'm gonna lurk.
Leslie has been here before.
I'm more of a
And made
Zane
it back.
type, but I love Silas'
He
voice.
survived
Everybody loves
being
Silas.
Druidic.
He's
The only
perfect.
patient ever, as far as I know.
Wonderful. What does that have to do with any of this?
He's our way out, detective. Our only
You
way
can watch.
back.
I'm gonna do something before bed. Hey, yo. Oh no.
That sound.
No, it's working.
Zay's pool card is hot. Hey, Toshi, you're getting a little invested, I see.
Oh, thank God it's working.
Leslie, are you all right?
I've been reacting on it last week. I mean,
Why didn't it?
I'm thinking as a girl. I'm not partnering myself as BL, okay? It's different. Okay, okay. Oh my god. What is this?
That's it. That's why.
What do you mean that's why?
He wants the same thing as us. He wants out.
Oof. Sheesh. I'm dead. Where am I now? Am I in a hospital? Womp womp. Womp womp. No smoking. Okay.
Hey! I know you're out there. Listen to me, goddammit.
Okay. Can I finally save? No. Okay, this is my room. I really love the mix of Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Yeah, it's really nice. I kind of wish. Oh.
Ruvik must be really pissed now. Breaking a STEM terminal? Never thought he'd go that far.
Wait, STEM?
Oh, he must be close if he's severing ties with the past.
We're talking to this
All
guy
he
now.
has left is his connection to the present. The full STEM in the hospital.
Hospital? Beacon Mental Hospital?
Bacon?
That's where he'll be.
Bacon Mental Hospital?
If somebody doesn't get there first, there'll be no way out for anyone.
Okay. You stay away from bacon. I love bacon. Bacon these nuts in your mouth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want some bacon. Sure, you too. Sure. What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. I can't help it. I need help. Can I grab that? Okay. I really need help. Oh, I don't want that. Can you give me like a syringe or something? To the upgrade chair. Upgrade chair. Wait, what? Wait, what? Out of context? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, I have so much. I have 29. 29k. Life Gulch. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Okay. I need 5k. 1k. Okay. This is good. This is good. What can you get in storage? Stock. Oh. agony bolts. I think it. I actually don't know what agony bolts are. Are they the ones that shoot with the crossbow? Yeah. Actually, I actually don't know. Wait, no, I think it is. Yeah, the one that shoot with a crossbow. Oh, this. Oh, yeah, the different ones: harpoon bolt, flash bolt, freeze bolt, explosive bolts. Yup. I think it's. What's this? Explosive charge can increase damage. Affect enemy in a 3-meter radius, but damage decreases the further away from explosion. Yes. I'm 4 now. I have like 800. Damn. It's okay. I maxed out my health because that's what's most important. Okay. Save. Damn, I was in chapter 10 for like an hour. Oh yes. Oh my god. Okay. Why is there no music? It's a little awkward. Oh my god. Anyways, guys, let's go AO stream. I'ma go drain the dragon. Okay, quote unquote, drain the dragon. I will be back. Okay, guys. BRB. Yeah, I'll play some music for you guys. Here, let's play some New Jeans. Oh no, let's play some. What's a good song? Floss. Okay, I will be back. Okay, I'm back. That was like a minute 50 seconds. Welcome back. Thank you. Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Okay. I am ready. Okay. How was everyone's 1 minute and 30 seconds? There you go. Welcome back, MP-chan. Are you actually are you gonna do an actual 8 hours? I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I don't know. Toshi clearly doesn't have enough work. I am working. Oh wait, I forgot to grab this. Oh, it's fine. It's full. Okay, crouching. I'm driving? You're driving? I hope you crash. I hope you run the red light, watching my stream. And then, you know, you get on the news. And then you tell people, oh, I crashed my car because I was watching Shinobi with 2eyes underscore on twitch.tv / Shinobi with 2eyes underscore. Yeah. That's just me? What do you mean? It's great, what do you call that? Promo. Oh god. Maybe I will crash if traffic was actually moving. Oh no. He's stuck in traffic, guys. He's stuck in traffic. Okay. Oh, somebody's angry. Somebody's angry. He's angry. My goodness. Am I gonna have to fight him? Okay. We're at the hospital. Hold on. Rifle. One way. Oh my god.
God damn it.
Run! Ouch. Crash into you? Damn, not even think I was here. I'm running, I'm running! Catch him outside? Catch me outside, how about that? Do I fight him? I don't want to fight him! Fuck! I'm trying to hit that! Oh my god! That clearly did not work. Okay. Oh my god! You can't get me here, right? No? No? Oh my god! He actually grabbed me! Fuck. Run! Run! Fucking run! Fucking run! How do I kill him? I just got a new brute force. Okay. Grenade. Dynamite? A grenade? Where's it? Where's it? Where's it? Where are you? Where did he go? Where did he go? Don't go over it! Don't go over it! Oh. It has to be easy to kill, right? It's easy to kill. Hold on, let me use this. No, please don't. Oh fuck. Here you go. Fuck. Ouch. 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 $50. Where's the guy? Woo! Fuck. 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 Go, run! Come at me! Come at me! Oh my god! Come on! How do I? Let me heal myself! Run! Fuck! Run, Sebastian! Okay, more dynamite. Okay. I can't do close up. I can't. Fucking run! Okay, pistol it is. Pistol only it is. What? Oh. Fuck! Okay. He runs so slow. Why you gotta run so slow? Oh my god! Ow! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, I wanna do it! Should I restart? I wanna restart. Just kill me already! No way! I just win with pistol! What the fuck? No way! Oh my god! No way!
Out of ammo?
Fuck. No. Uh-oh. Fuck. Uh-oh. Fucking run. Fucking run! Fucking run, Sebastian! Fucking run! Oh my god. Where is he? Where is he? Where are you? Get wrecked! Get wrecked! Oh my god! Fuck. I'm dead! I don't have any heals! Do I? Did I have a heal? I don't think I had. I had one. Oh, it's okay. No, this time I know. This time I know. I can just kill him with a pistol. Easy clap, easy clap. Oh. Okay. There's a heal in each room. Was there? I thought I used them already. Okay, get your ass up. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh fuck. Get out of my way, car! Oh my god, okay. Okay, I'm getting my ass whooped. fine. This is fine. This is fine. Oh my god! Run! 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 Oh my god, I'm already. Okay. Woo! Oh my god. Okay. Man, we are it! Please don't kill me. I die instantly when he's in that stage. Okay. Should just shotgun? Okay. Got it. Take this. Take this. Take this. Please don't grab me, don't grab me. Fuck, run! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Where am I? Where am I? Run! Holy shit! No, he broke the roof! Oh shit! I thought he did. Okay. No! Shit!
Exclamation mark for if you had fun.
Thank you, Yui! Thank you, thank you! Thank you for the like! Oh god. Can I heal myself here? Okay. For all necessary things I need.
Out of ammo?
Out of ammo? Yes, out of ammo. Oh Jesus Christ! Woo! Oh god. I literally ran. I know, but like, I was already shooting him. I figure, like, you know, since he's far away, you know, it'll be fine, you know, because he's far away, you know. But that didn't work. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. What a chance. Okay. Oh fuck. Okay. Home is steady. 1 second. Home is steady. 1 second. Fucking shit. Fucking. Oh my god. Bloody hell. 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 Bloody hell! Oh god. Go away! Fucking shit. Fucking shit. Oh my god. Don't ask me why I keep getting hit by the cars. I don't know why. Okay. Just go in here. Fucking shit. Is he turning? I think he's turning. Yup, he turned. He turned! I see. He turned! Oh my god! Stop! Oh my god. I can't, he won't turn around. I can shoot the eye. I can shoot his eye. I can shoot his bloody eye. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh my god. He won't turn around. I'm sorry, you guys are probably like face palming me right now. Okay. For you retry? Just a little eyeball.
Out of ammo?
Fuck, I don't have any ammo. Can I hide? I can hide, right? You can, like, search this for me. Can I grab as many loot as I can? Fuck You don't give me shit! Okay, should I uninstall before he spots you? You think my aim is that good? Thank you. Got it, got it. So I, bro. You see me here? He did it, right? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Okay. Come on. Lift up your eye. I'm scared, bro. Oh my god. Okay. Pull me back. Run! Oh wait. Can I throw dynamite at it? Dynamite, dynamite, dynamite. Oh my god! Fuck. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Run, run, run. Oh my god, did he see me? Oh fuck. Okay. As I should, okay. Ow! Oh my god, I almost failed that. Did I shoot a kid? Okay. Is this a good hiding spot? Good. Oh, he fucking saw me. He saw me. He saw me. Okay, I need ammo. Fine. Oh my god. Oh! Stop! I hate how he just like stops to catch his breath. Okay, I need heals. 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 I'm trapped. I need heals. Fuck! Right, get out of there. Fucking get out of there. You really need to upgrade stamina. I know. I know. I know. I'm realizing it now. No! Don't come here! Shoot you in the ass! Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Hiding my hiding spot again. Are you kidding me? How does he know? The two lower deformed head. I will shoot those. Okay. Okay. I missed. I missed. I missed. I missed so bad. I missed so bad. I missed. Just kill me already. I want to restart. Oh my goodness. My god. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Are you good? Sounds like you want to rest. I am good. I'm good. I've never felt more sane. Oh my goodness. This is a really rough fight. Really, really rough. You sound insane? No, you sound insane! I am perfectly sane. Oh yeah, I can turn off the lantern. Is he gonna show up here? I might as well grab stuff here. Stuff that I need. Okay. Is he not gonna come up? Please come up! me there? You saw me there? Run! Oh my god, he broke it. Run! Oh my god. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. He doesn't see me here, right? It's a dark. I'm literally in the dark. If I can't see myself, he can't see me, right? That's how it is, right? Okay, that corner Loki sucks. No, go back, go back, go back! Oh my god! If I hide here. How do you know? God. Okay. Oh my god. Is dynamite? Oh my god. Run! Sebastian! Sebastian, please! Okay. Where is he? I grab a chip and I eat it. Honestly, you could probably pump some bullet with him while he does those short swings. Okay. I see, I see. Okay, he's coming, he's coming. Coming? I can feel him! Like my controller vibrating. But then like, it's not showing up. Oh my god! Okay, that corner sucks. I'm not hiding over there no more. Fuck. F that corner. F that corner. F that corner. F. F that corner. Oh shit! Okay. Ah! God. Run! Run! Fine, this fucking barrel is got in my way. Okay. How do I kill this? even close to me. Okay, I'm trying to shoot the eye. I'm trying to shoot the eye. I'm trying to stand up straight. Okay. Got it. Got it, got it. Fuck, I missed. Fuck, I missed! Oh my god. What if I know sniper instead? Would that be more helpful? Okay. This is so tough. Oh. Shooting that barrel was not good. Not good at all. No bueno. Not good. Why you gotta break that pillar? Fuck. Okay. You know what? You know what? I'm just gonna go brute force. Okay. Ah! Oh my god. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Give me that. Give me this. Give me this. Where's your eye? Okay. Okay. Fuck. Fuck. Why aren't you moving? Fuck. You know what? Forget. Just run past him! Sebastian! Oh my god. Fucking Sebastian. You know what? Oh my god. Fucking Sebastian. Let's go in here. Let's go in here. Let's just freaking go in here. Kill yourself. Fuck! I was trying to get out. I was trying to get out. I was trying to get out before you did that. Oh my god, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do that now? Any more pistol? Any more pistol? Any more pistol? More pistol? Pistol? Is a pistol? Fuck. Run! Oh my god. He wouldn't run! I got stuck! I got stuck! I got stuck. Yo, this round is so ass. This round is so ass. It's literally like feces. I swear to God. Oh my god, my shots. I give up! Give it up! Can you bait him to break the course first? I think I could. I think I could. ready? Okay. Ah! Oh my god, full. Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Go away! Go away! Go away! Jesus Christ! Go away! Okay. Fucking shit. Bloody hell, bloody hell, bloody hell, bloody hell. Bloody hell. Is this time for my dynamite to shine? Hold on. Okay. Bloody hell! Oh my god. Thank you for the raid! Seneca, thank you, thank you! Welcome in, raiders! Welcome, welcome! How is everyone? How was your stream? What did you do? What did you play? Oh, I'm stuck. Oh my god. Dead Space. Nice. The floor on this game is one of my favorites. Oh, is it really? I'm legit having like one of the worst times ever. I've been battling this game for so long and I'm having such a bad time and I keep dying and like, oh my god. I'm losing hope. Okay. This game is giving me a mental nightmare right now. I think Coach had to fight. Okay, got it, got it. Got it, got it. Empty all grenades. Okay. I don't think I have any grenades though. Do I? I have one. I have one grenade. Oh my god, you son of a bitch! Stop! No, fuck! Run, Sebastian, run! Sebastian, fucking run! Go on. Did I even hit him? I don't think that did. Fucking shit. Fucking shit. Fucking get up. Get up. Okay, this is the part where I always die. This part right here. This part right here. This part right here. I'm stuck. I'm fucking stuck. This one. This part is where I always get stuck. Like I always die on this part. Okay. She had a single grenade. I did have a single grenade. Also, welcome in, Montreal. Welcome, welcome. Show me your eye. Okay. You see me? he... No, you fucking saw me. You effing saw me. Okay. Hide behind pillars. Works every time. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I watched my brother own this. He got so mad. Are we allowed to help? Yeah. Please help. Especially on this part. I am literally like dying so bad here. Broke out of the way. Jesus Christ. Fucking shit. 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 Fucking Go here, go here. Oh my goodness. Run! Oh my god, I was trying to run away! Got it, I got it. I'm trying to shoot a canister. I know. I low-key like have given up on that. Have given up, low-key. You better not see me, I swear to God, you better not see me. Okay. Okay. Show me your eyeball! My God. So much of PG stream. Okay. I don't remember fighting him after that part. For some reason, I remember he found a way out. Oh. Really? Is that... Okay. Bloody hell, 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 bloody hell. Bloody hell, bloody hell, bloody hell. Oh my god! On my mother's life, I swear. On my mother's life. On my mother's life! Oh god. Grenade! Oh my god, wait, I did pick up one. Where are you? Where are you? I'm out of pistol. He's right there! Oh my god. Run! Oh my god, it's this part, it's this part. I keep dying on this part! I don't know how to beat him here. Okay. I'm dead. I'm so dead! I'm so dead! I'm so dead! Okay. I think... Was I supposed to take the elevator? Is that how... I think he just wants a hug. Guys, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Am I supposed to take the elevator? Is it actually impossible? No way! possible? Is it? No way! I've been fighting this for like 2 hours. You gotta be kidding me. No way. Okay, 2 hours is a big stretch. Like an hour. No, it is possible. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys better not be lying to me. I will literally cry. This is a fight that I'm willing to give up. Okay. I know, you know, when I play Resident Evil and stuff, I like kill every enemy I can. But this is a fight I am willing to give up. Okay. The elevator opens when you kill them. And hope that's been shattered. Oh fuck. Okay. Throw grenade when you're in room. Throw grenade when I'm in the room. Okay. In room, throw grenade. In room, throw grenade. Okay, okay. In room, throw grenade. Fucking shit. Goodness gracious. Oh my god! Oh god, Sebastian. I swear to god. Oh my god. No! I'm dead! I'm dead! Oh my god. Fuck. He grabbed me. Run! Oh my god! Can I not run fast enough? Yeah, I will at least level stamina once you get a chance. Yeah, I haven't upgraded my stamina, guys. I know it's a shame. I did it all on health, okay? Because I know, you know, I'm gonna get my ass whooped, okay? And y'all girl needs to be alive somehow. Oh fuck. I didn't time that good. Okay. Okay. That was good though? That was good though? Okay, this part. This part terrifies me. The fuck run! Fucking run! Run! This freaking elevator is not open! You liar! You liar! The crossbow? Okay. It opens when he's died. Okay, I don't know. Guys, I just want this to be over. Okay, it opens when he dies. You know what? Got this. Not gonna lie, I kind of forgot I had my crossbow. Hold on. Okay, turn around. so fast. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. The sniper. Oh god, oh my god, oh my god, he turned, oh my god, he turned, oh my god, he turned, oh my god, he turned! Get up, Sebastian, oh my god! Get up, get up, get up. Also, you have a sniper where you can do double damage with... Double damage with eyeball? Okay. No, am I gonna die here? It's not gonna kill me, right? Okay. I'm fine with that. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. Reload! Oh my god! It's fine! It's fine! It's okay, it's okay. Oh, you saw me? You see me? You saw me home. Okay. I am fine with that. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna save my pistol ammo. Pistol bullet. Long range. Run, 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 run. Oh yeah, what do I have? Zero? Okay. Oh my god, he scared me a little bit. Oh god. Oh god, he scared me a little bit. He scared me a little bit. Oh my god. I should have jumped there. Oh my god. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Muy bueno. Fuck it. Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh my god. Got this. Got this. Oh, I don't have grenades. Fuck. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. see me here, right? Sniper, sniper. No! Oh my god, why are you... Oh, I thought he saw me. My god, I'm gonna cry! Welcome back, MP-chan! Oh, hey there! You're like a mighty fight today, Shen. Put glasses on. Oh, that was the boss monster? Martial god. I am a martial god. Okay. Oh my god, my gun is not even reload. Oh fuck, he's right there, okay. You don't see me, right? Don't see me, right? Oh my god, he's gonna see me. He's gonna see me. He's gonna see me. He's gonna see me! He's gonna see me! This is crazy. Okay. The freaking car! Blame it on the car, blame it on the car, blame it on the car. I'm blaming it on the car. Okay. Fudge, fudge. Fudge, 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 fudge. Fudge. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my god! Oh fuck! Oh my god! Fuck! Oh shit! Damn. For me personally, I use all heavy weapons like sniper and explosive arrows to defeat him faster. Okay. I see, I see. I see. Got it. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I got stuck on a fucking... Oh my god, this fucking pillar. Oh my god, fuck. Wait. This is my bad. This is my fault. I'm stuck. Fuck. Okay. I'm just gonna hide in here. Fuck. My bad. I'm trying to like look behind me so I see where he's running, and then I don't look in front of me. Okay. Got it. Okay. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oof. 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 Big oof. Big oof. Oof. Big oof. Big oof. Big oof. Big oof. Go away! Fuck! That's what I get for trying to be cool. Fuck. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh fuck, here it comes. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Fuck. Shoot in the eye! Oh my god, just shoot him! Fuck. Not good, 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 not too 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 good. Okay. What the hell? Jesus Christ. Not too good, not too good. Not good, not good, not good. Okay. Okay. Run, 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 run. Take this. Take this. I don't have any grenades. Fuck. Can I leave? He's blocking my way. I can't fucking leave. Run! Jesus Christ. Okay, Shen. Okay. We're gonna hide here. Okay, Shen. Good strat, good strat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Gang W. Run, Sean, run! Okay, nice grenade, grenade. Fuck. Fuck. I need to run. I need to heal. I need to heal. I need to heal. god. Russian, run. Grab that! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Shit, I swear to god. Grenade? Where is he? Oh my god. Is he doing it? Is he doing it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Sarah! Sniper, wait! Wait! Remember, Maurice? I grab a chip and I eat it! Okay. Okay. I need a distraction. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh fuck. One head down already? Oh my god. I didn't even notice that. Fuck. Fuck, he saw me. He fucking saw me. He saw me. You literally shot it point blank. How did you not see it explode? Guys, I don't know. I'm going crazy. Like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Holy shit. Let me just grab all of this. Oh fuck. He saw me, fuck. I didn't think his eye was out. Run. Okay. Oh god. Ow! Shit! Can I grab this? Oh my god! I missed! Run, Shen, run! Run, Shen, run! Associate, you forgetting one piece of advice that was given? I don't remember! I don't remember! What was it? What was it? What was it? Don't have your colors, but he knows where you are. I know that. Okay, I know that. 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 Got it. Got it. Why? Am I blind? Oh my god. Oh my god, I had to reload. Can't see anything. Okay. I just shoot him here. Oh fudge. Oh fudge. Okay. You know that and immediately runs to the pillar. I'm scared, okay? I'm scared. Also, thank you for the redeem, Sisso. Thank you, thank you. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Fuck! What the heck? But he has the ice out. He know where? Really? Like anywhere. He just knows. He just knows anywhere. Oh my god. Okay. See now that's a little helpful. I missed. Okay. I'm gonna drop all of this. Goodness gracious! Fuck. Oh my god, I got hurt by the freaking car. I'm trapped. I'm trapped! Okay. Oh my god. Okay. You have scraps? I do have scraps. I do have scraps. Okay. Oh my god. Is that the meta? Is the arrows the meta? Okay. How do I make arrows? I don't think I ever make arrows before because I never used them. Oh. Tickle your eye, please. Nothing up. Never mind. I don't know why you ran here. I don't pay attention. Nope, not at all. Full? Incendiary? Should I just make all of them? Should I? Okay. Full. I don't ever use the crossbow, guys. I'm a pistol gal. She just learned about upgrading weapons at the beginning of chapter 9. Hey! I got it, I got it. It's a learning curve, okay guys? Oh my god. Give me this, give me this. Let me run away. Okay. Run, run. Oh god. Oh god. We need to take it slow though. I don't want to overwhelm her now. Pistol barely hits. You know, I trust my pistol. I love my pistol so much. I love it. Okay. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! I mean, dense health, also flash arrows are so effective when dodge doesn't have. Okay. Got it. Got it. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, can I restart this? Damn. Big oof, big oof, big oof. Big oof. You just let me kill you. Damn. Damn. Oh my god, ready? Oh my god! Like... Fell on the ground! Okay, guys. You know, I think... you know, this is a good time to stop, right, guys? Why did you run straight away from? I don't know. I panicked. Okay. You know, 6 hours. Pretty good, right? Now you win. No, I think I need a break. You know, I will resume this on. Now this is the one? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay. You know what? I'm gullible. I'm convinced. We're gonna try one more time. One more time, okay? One more time. And then if I win or lose, I'll probably end it there. Okay. Okay. Oh fuck. Alright. Alright, guys. Oh my god. Okay. Did someone say Pokemon stream break? Don't tempt me! Come on, come on. Move, ugly. Move, ugly. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna hide over here. Okay. Everybody shut up! Everybody be quiet. Okay? Well, I might as well make arrows, right? Okay. Also, Shen, don't tell me to do the comment. Do you want me to fail? Did I say to shut up? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Send out your eye. Send out your eye. Send out your eye. Red. Run, 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 run. Oh my god. This fucking car, okay. Oh my god. Okay, good, 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 good. We're not to the same spot. Okay. You wanna know? You wanna know? Okay. No, I shot you! No, I shot you! I shot you! You little rat! You little rat! I shot you! You little rat! You little rat! Rat! Fuck! You little rat! Oh my god. Fuck, I'm trapped. Go, 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 go. Oh my god. Okay. Heals. Shizzles, shizzles, go. Okay. gonna turn. He's not gonna turn yet. Oh fuck. If bro walked past the barrel, tried to throw a grenade. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. I would rather have him just like stick his eye out. Playing a kill for. I'm playing a kill for. Fuck. I missed. 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 Is she scared? I'm not scared. I'm just careful. Okay? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. There we go. Never mind, never mind. I'm not gonna win. I'm not gonna win. I'm not gonna win. Jesus! I'm dead! I'm so dead! I'm so dead! I'm dead! I'm so dead! I'm so dead! Jesus Christ. NT. You know what? I give up. I'll come back to this on Saturday. Auntie. Jesus Christ. Is it bad? Is it weird that I actually feel kind of good? like I'm like angry, but it's like it's a good feeling, you know? Is that weird? Am I weird? Mm-hmm. I like your style. Thank you. Nah, it's just gambling. You're only a loser. You stopped out. I'll be a loser, guys. This is a time where you have to stop. Alright. You know, good stream. It's 2 a.m. and I think I should stop screaming. Alright. Oh, you were talking to Seneca. Tia's still streaming? Should we rate Tia? Who else is streaming though? I feel like I rate Tia a whole lot. A whole lot. Is there anything else you guys like to watch? Cause Tia is playing Dead by Daylight. Or do you guys want to watch like another, like the Evil Within streamer? Oh my god, 5 a.m. I gotta go sleep. All right, I guess we're just gonna rate Tia. Tia is playing. Oh, she started like 2 hours ago. All right. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you for the gifted subs and the resubs. Thank you all for coming by and saying hi. Thank you for the raids. Thank you everyone. Have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna snoop around your room while you sleep and steal your underwear. Anyways, bye bye everyone. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you. We will come back to this friggin' boss battle on Saturday. Bye bye everyone. Thank you for the help. Bye bye, Poggers.